Hey guys, what up? What up? How we doing? All right, as promised yesterday, we are going to start off with a 50 mil shipment because I was going to wait for a stream before I did it or before I turned it in. Sup, Yako? How you doing?
Check out what came in from the
Good evening to you too. All right, 50 mil shipments. Surely it's not disparate, right? We spent like 200 and something chaoses on the dusts on each material. What up, seriously? How you doing? I would say, yeah. So we probably spent any above 2k chaoses, which in this economy is like, let's say 12ish divines with like 15 divines. Mirror shard. No mirror shard that I can see. Fucking sacred, oh man. Only 6 divine, 6 exalts. This was a very unlucky one. What the fuck? 07. We did get this guy, and this guy is good. Yeah, and there's no journey tattoo. What the fuck did y'all do? This doesn't make sense to me. There's no mirror shard. There aren't a lot of sacred ups showing it was about to upgrade. We don't have any insane tattoo or anything like that. We don't even have like a skewed amount of exalts to say we will go unlucky on the divine rolls. What the fuck happened, my guy? This is the only oddity we have, I think. 8 blessed orbs. I mean, I'll take this if you know. I just find it very weird, like why or how. You got a chance to ignite. That's nice. Reduce crits, always good to get it. Suppress, anyone? Ooh, speed is not bad. Okay. So how much is this in currency? We're just going to do this real quick. All right. This is it before we take anything from here.
You've left something valuable in the device.
Damn this luggage.
All right.
Oh, check in with me when you have a moment.
How have you still not sold, my guy? What did I sell? The Emperor's Vigilance and the Adorn finally sold. Okay. So we got a lot of chaoses from that trade. And then, what up, Ghost? How you doing? What am I building? A Spectre build with it that crawls is the current game plan. Using it that crawls and fortify tech on the champion. I haven't actually ascended because I feel like I have no reason to ascend. Like, thinking about it, I don't think I have a reason to. Also, I was coloring this and I needed to figure out what the fuck I wanted. What did I want to link with? What is a let's go crush claw? So let's say default attack, right? It's what are the links I want to have? Awakening Cold Pen, 100%. I feel like there's at least one more green in my future, but I'm not entirely sure what it would be. Multi-strike, yes. Minion damage, maybe. Not sold on it, but maybe. Melee phase, 100%. And wed. Awakened wed. Wook early damage with attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3 green, 3 reds, and now 3 reds, 2 blues, 1 green. That's what I need. So I need 3 red, 2 blue, 1 green. If this was red and this was green, I'd be happy. 3 red. -1 blue. You're going to change the command? Oh shit. Are you leveling a new character for it? Dude. Three red. Every single time I get 3 red, I seem to get 2 green instead of 2 blue. You see what I mean? The amount of times it's happened at this point is... Oh! What do you know? Following my guide? Which one? From last league or from the one before? And to answer your question from yesterday, Yako, why I bought tainted fusions, this is why. I was thinking ahead of what I would need today in order to 6-link my chest. So I predicted that I would need orbs of fusion. So instead of using the ones I had yesterday, I went ahead to delay using it so I could use it today and not have to buy it. Big brain. Now, if I accidentally clicked 4 sockets, then that would not be so big brain now, would it? And I think I feel like I almost did. Boom. Boom. Yeah, that's last league. Let me think. Let me just think briefly about that build. Do I have any advice going into it in this league? Because one of the good things we had then was the ability to use our mercs to get determination, so we had an extra defensive layer or something. So somebody have a question. Hey, now you know. You know, I'm playing 3D chess with my PoE. No mere mortal can simply understand my thought process, especially when that thought process happens at 2 a.m. in the morning. So you are forgiven. Exactly. I'm glad we understand ourselves, you know? I was playing 3D chess, you're playing checkers. It's all good. It happens. Oh, is that where she was? This is the second time using Hydras to level and just having... Speaking of... And just having her die before I could actually find where she is. What up, Vortex? New build again? Hey. The builds don't stop. This season with the items we got, I can see we got a bit more stuff to tinker with. So, and so long as we have more stuff to tinker with, I have more ideas. This is just the champion though. I'm making a champion that crawls character, and then I have a build I want to play after it actually. So I have at least one more build that I know what I want to play. It's going to be an armor life stacking AG build, and it's probably going to end up being a bosser because of just how much damage that would typically entail. That being said, I guess there are two variations, and I'm undecided as to what timeless jewel I would want to have on that setup. Simply because for life stacking, Elegance Hubris is just the best, but without a shadow of a doubt, because you can get 80% life, 80% life, 80% life, yada yada yada. But then that's Elegant Hubris. AG loves haste, so he's phasing, because you know his AI is quite dumb in a clear situation. So if you want to actually clear with him, I think you need to give him phasing in some capacity. And the only way to give him phasing that is comfortable and reliable is with Balbala. But I guess you also don't necessarily need Balbala for clear. And for single target, he doesn't really need phasing. So there's that. I don't know. Flats can also give a very, very healthy amount of damage to an armor stacker, so there's also that. I think I would want it to be up single target as well. So again, playing around with the idea. I think you should play zombies if you miss Hydra Clear with Shaper Boots. Shaper Boots, what do Shaper Boots provide? Phasing. What is the condition for the phasing? Is there a condition? Uniques. Oh, do you know the name? You have phasing if you've killed recently. You have phasing if you've killed recently. Then I wouldn't need to give him phasing flask. If I can give myself phasing via Watcher's Eye, it might be problematic for the very first pack on the in the map. But if I don't need to use a phasing flask, then that opens up an extra flask I can use. So even if I go Barbara for the flask sustain, I can still go Granite, Jade, and Granite, Jade, and Quicksilver, and he would still have phasing. What is the alternative? The alternative was Scorch Boots. Scorch Boots obviously is nice. He gets Scorch, so that's less res. paired with res and exposure. Bro, I said I was going to actually try to get use my leveling grafts, and I still haven't. I think I might honestly use that, because again, single target, we have no need for phasing. No, realistically, there's no need. What up, Dragon? New build? It's if you were here yesterday, it's the one from yesterday, but this is not Syndicate operatives. So if the last time I had a new build was Syndicate operatives, it's not this one. I'm already done with Syndicate operatives. I have scaled it enough, and I like where it's at. This is going to be a duelist, or it is a duelist.
Always a pleasure, milady.
Perfidy, banner stuff. I don't need perfidy on duelist, but yes, banner stuff is going to be in the mix. I plan on going Rigwald's Hunt for my chest piece, which is the double damage double damage charms for your fortification. All right, let's follow the road. It was actually just there. But yeah, champion actually just by itself gets the ability to generate valor while having a banner, and then doubles the banner's duration, of course. In theory, we can probably get all three banners down in a single target environment. The question is, do we want to? I don't know that we do. I think realistically, I'm just going to plan around 2 movement speed, which is suppress cap without any investments, just free suppress cap. And then there is the second one. This is probably going to be the tankiest build I'm going to make this league, just putting it out there. Like, without the shadow of a doubt, this is probably going to be the tankiest build I'm making this league. But anyways, there's still going to be a lot to figure out, and as you probably saw from that POV, I haven't actually fleshed out what my tree is going to look like. I still have a lot of decisions to make in there, but it's a good enough idea, and we can't POB the damage anyways. So I figured I'ma just wing it to a degree. Let's just get more damage at this point. Before I forget, there's two things I need to do here. Number one is Brian King. Oh, I've actually gotten Pantheons? Wait, what? Yes, we take that. Then number two is this. And very soon I'll be able to...
Another day. Stay sharp out there. Beautiful.
Don't think time and tide wait for no man.
Wait, I still have one more point. Okay. Got my syndicate operative set up past the campaign, but I need to finish for some better gear to go full CI, stay alive well enough till around 84 at least. Yeah, I really dislike what GGG did with level requirements on those new bases. Like, it makes leveling past like twinking and getting to campaign and all of that, it makes it a lot more awkward, simply because now there's just a huge dead zone between when you actually finish campaign and when you can use the best in slot gear that you could have crafted for yourself. I really don't like that dead spots, especially because now you basically have to get some intermediary gear to just kind of make it true, and then like, bruh. Everywhere for the curse eye level, I would have absolutely done Reapers as the second build, but push it to A4 only to basically test if the build is nasty. Yeah, it's something. With this league, I can get to 72 before finishing campaign, and I have not had any issue equipping gear. All the breed content is just added XP. I mean, it is, but at the same time, 72 is still a far cry from 84. Because remember, every single level up, you basically need more XP. Now, granted, like for me, what I typically would do for leveling up is I would just go into Syndicate Jail and do some safe houses. That's typically always quick XP. But it doesn't change the fact that that dead zone is a very real problem. Am I going to use war cries? Yes, I am, but I'm going to use just auto exertion my war cries is the plan. I don't plan on actually having war cry buffs. Is there any easy source of minion damage that I care to path to? Probably not, so I'm just going to path downwards here because eventually I am going to change this tree. Early XP you do Abyss, even if it's not always a lot of XP. I mean, you pack Abyss and Breach in the same map, you're going to get a lot of XP. That's so many monsters you could kill. I don't know that I enjoy Abyss is the only thing. Like, I enjoyed, oh, I won't say I enjoyed. I had a decent time doing the Abyss strat last league. And I do enjoy the feeling of killing mobs with Abyss. I really don't enjoy the loot. There's nothing exciting about it when I farm it. I think that's my biggest problem with Abyss. I'm just not excited to farm it. But with Betrayal, rather, not with Betrayal, it is not the hardest thing to farm. I just there's you just have to drop a syndicate medallion and you're making a profit. And aside, what did I pair it with last time? Something that was good on normal maps, like scoured red maps. Heist. I paired it with Heist. That's what I did. So I probably made a fair bit of currency off of blueprints as well. Realistically, if your build has a single target, you might just want to do Einhar with it. It's pretty good money as well. Cluster level 40. Cluster level 40. What do you mean? For easy damage, you see, here's the thing about that. I don't disagree with you. I'm just too lazy to trade, I think.
So you don't take. Right?
Like a level 40, 25, or not even 35, a level 40, 12 passive cluster would give me so much value in terms of minion damage. Literally 120% increased damage, which is a lot at this stage.
You die rather well.
What kind of compliment is that? You die rather? Oh. The one thing about this build I really want to figure out is regen. I don't think my recovery is going to be that good, and without minion leech, it is not the greatest.
We are both so touched by your generosity.
And I don't have minion leech, of course, so I need to figure out what I'm going to do for sustain. I don't know yet. I would obviously like regen. Regen, I think, is the best bet, but I don't think I can actually get regen. I'm going to have a decent amount of regen coming from my banners, so there's that. And I could potentially run Vitality myself and maybe run a Vitality Watcher's Eye that increases my recovery rate of life or something. But I don't think it's going to be enough. And if I'm only at like 1,000 regen per second, that is definitely not enough. Now, something else I could easily do, because I have a lot of strength, is I can go for Rational Doctrine, which is Conk Ground, which will help a lot. But what else is a big source of regen?
Hold on to your cuckoo.
Oh, I forgot that you can't pause during in town. Endurance charges. I do have 6 endurance charges. I assume I have regen per endurance here. Yeah, I do. So I have regen per endurance charge here. But that's still just 351. Now this... Does this include... Yeah. From lab. Explain. Fortify. I'm not sure I follow. If you have 40, oh, that scared me. On the fortified tree, the big one. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a fair bit of regen, 74. But like this number already takes that node. It already takes this node as well into account. So it takes those two sources. And I guess it's we're already at 10. I shouldn't look at this number because this is more than 10% of my life realistically. So if my life was 5k, this would be like 600-ish regen. Actually like 700-ish, which is not bad considering I could also just be on common ground with rational doctrine, and that would go to like more than 40. This is what's more than 20% of my life. So for 5k, that is over 1,000. So that's a decent place to start. And then we can have a flask that also has some percent life regen. I almost just feel like I actually just want to have more regen on the tree, but really isn't that many points I can spare on this setup. Like realistically, I don't think there are that many setups, some points to spare. I guess it's not bad. It's still like over 1,000 life a second. Now that I actually think about it, still over 1,000 life per second. And because I've been mitigating way more than my current setup, it would actually go a longer way. I think I've just been spoiled by chieftain, if I'm being honest. I think at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. Because being able to regen 2,500 ES a second just felt so comfortable. And realistically, if I had ES and I had like 8k ES, that's still over 20%. So that would be close to 2k. So even without the banners, it's still a lot of regen. Still a lot. But I do 100% want regen on a flask is what that means.
Touching this makes me feel quite...
What did he say? Oh, quite strange. Sup, Heliax? A new build again? We've scaled that build as far as we wanted to, and we honestly went to very high investment on it, so I'm very happy with the states the syndicate operatives ended up being. But we have currency to blow, we don't have many upgrades there, and I think it's just time to say welcome to a new build. Besides, come next week, I'm probably going to be live a bit like less, and actually have way less time to... Oh wait, I forgot. I have way less time to actually play, so I'm also trying to get all my ideas down before PoE 2. It's also another motivation. I guess not next week, it's actually this week, like come Monday. Is there a universe where the thing is actually down here? Oh shit, there is a universe. Life happening? Yeah. Basically I got a new job, so I'm going to be starting that tomorrow or next tomorrow, Monday. So that just means I have less time, and it's going to probably be one that has me being busy. So there'll be some changes to stream schedule, but I'm going to try to not let it affect stream that much.
That's two for me.
So for you guys, all you'll notice is I wouldn't be live quite as much, and maybe I'll still try to make all the videos I want to make and all of that good stuff. It's just I might end up posting more videos during the weekend and less during the week like I do now. So just changes like that, but in the ideal universe we can fit everything in and not have actual and not have to give up much stream time. In what field? Oh, in software dev. Basically my field. And thank you. I don't know if I said that already. And then after this build, what is my next build? My next build idea is going to be an Armor Life StarCraft AG. I don't know if I'll like the gameplay because it's Link gameplay, but I'm going to try my best to actually create a Link setup that I like. And that will likely involve something along the lines of it will likely involve something along the lines of using the Link mastery to double the duration of links, as well as reducing the amount of Link targets to only 2, which would be AG and 1 Spectre, the Spectre being a Spirit of Fortune, and then using Einhar Ascendancy for Ascendancy point number 4, and then just taking action speed so I can actually run T17s without caring about all those mods. Those Spectres look awesome, potentially outscaling Doriani build. These Spectres, these are not what I'm going to be going in endgame, these are just Hydras. These are the Spectres I like using to level because of how efficient they are at clearing screens. So as you can see, like, we just run around and then they do that and we get a ton of XP. Because they end up killing enemies off screen by quite a lot, and on single target wise, they're still really good. What up, Quest? Thank you. Oh, you don't have to apologize for that. How's your music production going? Hope you're having a blast doing it.
Ranakesh.
Going great. Nice, nice. Oh shit. Progress. Let's go. All right, Helena, come give me the thing so I can put the thing here and not have to worry about your side quest. I think it's Helena.
Turn your back. One less. Yes, there's an journey well. Greetings. Be well.
And next, where's Dread tickets?
And I'm still not.
But yeah, that's my next build idea. And ironically, I want to say an idea for a third build, but it's not one I think I have brainstormed enough to be excited about to actually roll. So will I actually do it? Will be a good question. I don't know if I'll actually do it or not. Besides, by the time I'm done with, if I end up doing the AG build, I'm probably going to be kind of tired of this season. So we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But odds are, AG might be the last one. Is there any other minion I really wanted to make work? Let me actually think about it. Not sure there is. I'm not sure there is.
Ah, you watch, so fare you well. Hankering for
Helena has a reward that I don't care about.
I feel I have failed. Go with courage.
It looks like I haven't done the thing I need to do for Wheelam. Oh yeah, I did want to make Ignite work on the AG though, and this life armor stacker is not an Ignite setup, but I can think about ways that I can get Ignite to work on AG as well. But like functionally, I don't know that they're going to play too different. They're going to probably play the same. The difference is the Ignite will probably have way better clear, and the life armor stacker will have way better single targets, probably. Because the life armor stacker,
I can't do this just yet.
or the reason the Ignite has more clear is simply because I can give it Ignite Prolif as well as strike additional targets. So it has two means of like doing AoE clear, whereas I mean the other one just has the one.
Approach, challenger.
I think this should be where I start going down. What level is my Spectre gem now? 14. So I can actually have one more Spectre is what that means. Am I going to do anything with this information? Probably not. I don't think. I don't think we're into this information. Mostly because I don't want to buy another Hydra. It's like 10C, which I don't care about. But it's a lot of effort. I have to go back to my hideout. And it's too much work. There's so much work. My hideout is it's a very far place that involves multiple button presses. That's too far for me. The actual question I need to ask myself is, when do I want to make the swap to the melee specters? I suspect after campaign, simply because nothing is beating Hydras in a leveling situation. It's very efficient. I don't have to worry about clear speed. They just kill everything. Solaris, Lunaris. So like realistically, right now, if I were to ascend, what would I get? I would get banner support. But I don't actually have any banner scaling on the tree, so that would kind of not help anybody. Alternatively, what else can I get? I guess I could go with support Spectre, but the only support Spectre I remember wanting to get on... Dude, what is up with all these ancients? This character has still not dropped a single growing. But anyways, doesn't matter much. You would swap after 84. I mean, it's not a bad idea, to be honest. I did level these guys like Hydras until way into the end game for my last setup. It's not a bad idea. Because banners just can't perform as well as this in a clear scenario until you have all the pieces.
Good when I'm always braving sewage.
I should probably try to get these minion damage nodes now that I think about it. But yeah, so far for such little investments, or for such little payoffs, I guess. Lab for 45. I mean, I could, but I'm not in any defensive danger, really. Like, I'm not at risk of dying. I'm not feeling squishy or anything. So the 45 would be mostly for as a defensive option or to improve my minion survivability, but neither of them has seen much pushback. For good reason, of course.
After that, I need a bath.
Because Hydra kills everything. Yeah. What better defense is there than a good offense? Things can't exactly kill you if they're too busy being dead. I mean, I think those are fine words to live by. Oh, buddy. I guess we wait. I guess I could do 45 if I wanted to pick up the 45 wheel just so I could pick up, so I could have the regen. But meh.
Give it to me.
I thought I saw one of them's life wasn't filling up, so I was confused. Because I know I have regen for them.
The things we do for love.
The things I do for love. Crawlers have 100% convert. Yep. They have 100% base convert, so you don't have to use the triad script. And they also apply brittle. So if you wanted to scale crits, it's much easier to.
Honorable deaths. My gift to you, generals.
I should go to town and pick up some points and all of that good stuff. And I will. No rush. There we go. The biggest problem I think I have to solve on my current setup is going to be res. Because I'm going to want to use a melding and get to 90% all res. So res is probably going to be one of the harder challenges to solve. Not entirely sure how I plan on solving it yet, aside using a mage blood. That would obviously solve it. And then pre-mage blood, you wouldn't use melding. However, what do I plan on doing with defenses? I plan on having a fair amount of armor, some evasion, no real block scaling. My reservation is going to be determ, tempest shield, Determ, tempest shield, aspect of the spider. Very important I get aspect. Is there anything else I can think about that I want? I don't want hatred. Hatred is going to be on the Hydra. Offensively, that's all I need. Defensively, determ, and I guess I can go flesh and stone them, but I would also want purity of probably fire, because by going purity of fire and using fire res to scale it, I have access to 1 extra fire res here, so it will just allow me to get to 90 all res easier. Plus I already have a purity of fire leveled, and I also have a purity of ice. So the only element I do not have is purity of lightning, but that I think is the least used purity, so for good reason. Hydras look fun. I can imagine they are very fun to clear with. For leveling, they are stupidly efficient. Like, since I tried them leveling my last character, I basically just said, you know what, every single character I have to level, I'm probably going to level with Hydras. Because why not? It's that freaking efficient. Where do you find them? You have to buy their corpses. Perfect Hydra is now expensive for some reason. It's not like a divine, but non-perfect Hydras are still 10C. So you buy one perfect and the rest can be normals, and the only real difference is the normals don't have hatred. So yeah, I can have 7 specters now. I just don't feel like going to trade. That's the only reason I don't have the 7th guy. But yeah, each one is 10C, so that's 50C for the bunch, and then 1D for the perfect. The perfect I'm going to use in my endgame version, so no harm, no foul. It's going to be in there. However, the rest I'm just going to destroy. Basically, is how that works. But as you can see, look at the XP I'm getting just shield charging. Look at that XP. Because they're killing things on the bridge, off the bridge, it doesn't matter. Like, things are dying, right? So I think it'll be very difficult to find like minions that perform better. I have to assume the reason perfect Hydras are that expensive is because of the Hydra builds that I saw. Because I've seen 2 Hydra builds thus far. I have to assume that's why. And if it's not why, then I have no idea. I need a better life flask. I haven't actually changed my life flask in like 5 acts or something. It's been a minute. Now, to be fair, I don't really use it. Things don't live on my screen to actually make me use it, but there we go. I was waiting for when it happened. I was like, am I freezing that efficiently that it won't actually happen? I don't have block. I don't have evasion. When is it gonna happen? And then it just kept being delayed. But that being said, might as well do this. No point in not doing it. Realistically, in this zone, if you ever have issues with it because of enemies, just go buy Grace. Like literally level 1 Grace, level it up to like, and just level it up as you're clearing the zone. You probably wouldn't die. You don't need a high level Grace, just a Grace. And just having a bit of evasion dramatically increases your survival to the porcupines. Or you could just go block. And it does the same thing.
The blood is washed away, but I will never forget what you became.
Is Vinya piety? I have to assume so. Unless Vinya is someone else. But I just have to assume he's talking about piety zone in
I can't do this just
Act
yet.
4. Lore wise, I have to assume the duelist has the most to do with like, he has the most, I want to say, lore depth out of all the ascendancies slash classes. Like the most actual like links to the characters and whatnot that you fight. But I guess they all kind of do, because even Piety talks a bit about the witch and all that. And then the Marauder is just Unga Bunga. I don't remember a single line from playing the Marauder that I thought, oh sure, he is, nah, nothing. Maybe Tokuhama's area, maybe. I mean, he is Karui, so I'd assume he would probably have dialogue there. I don't really remember, so it clearly must not have been notable. One thing I need to craft sooner rather than later is an aggressive wand. I have the money for it, I think. I just need to actually go ahead and craft it. So that is one thing we should do. This is the build that's actually going to be able to use an aggressive one too. What other support specters do I care to have on this setup? I think I've already said Hydra. And in order to keep them alive, I feel like I want to go Grace slash Determ specters, depending on which one I run myself. I would like to use Grace as my avoid attacks, and spell suppress from my banner as my avoid spell. But it's not really avoid spell. So I would like to have Determ and Grace on this setup. And also because it'll make them tankier as well. Lunaris. We unlock the chest at 66. That means in about 4-ish levels. So we put that to the side. Let's get rid of Kishara's star, shall we? I don't like that just being in my inventory.
Well, so here our ways divide.
I want to link this up here so I can cut out all of this. Like all of this can go. And then we can actually properly spec into... Then we can probably properly spec into fortification and double damage and all that good stuff. Poor Diala. 07. That was easy to find. There we go.
The dot in the map. Farewell.
You can.
Oh,
You did it.
have you ever heard? Well, it.
Until next time.
If I put these 2 points, I can cut out a large chunk of this to go into the reconnecting, I guess. But nah. All right, Shakari. Hurry up. All right, Shakari, if you can, you know, speed this up, if it had. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll try to make sure I'm not running low on portal scrolls. It's important that I check. Kind of, I'm still fine, but doesn't hurt to do that.
Practice makes perfect.
Switch to this. Not like it really matters. The one thing I'm really not sure about this build, and I'm really hoping it's still good, is this guy, Awe and Terror. I'm really hoping it doesn't scale up on my damage. Really hoping, but I think it's unlikely that it doesn't. Like, obviously it scales with enemy life, so how much of a chance is this? 20% chance. Okay. It's a pretty healthy amount. Not quite as much as an explode chest for an AG would be, but still a decent amount. It seems like the steady layout on this zone has relatively changed. Like before, this used to be on the left a lot. Now it's basically never on the left. Like it's almost never on the left. All right, Garugan, I'm waiting.
My love.
Sin just casually sacrificing his wife and daughter, but all for the good of Ray class, I guess. The same Ray class that has you impaled in PoE 2 and the beasts revived. But yeah, I hope their sacrifice was worth it, I guess.
Oh, Trathus. How I miss your opening days.
What the fuck did he say about Thratos? Oh, the duelist has been to Thratos? Oh shit, this is Thraton powder. Ah. Who would have thunk it?
You must. Oh, you is not sick. You killed.
And here we
Here I go again.
Thank you for the follow. I have no idea how to say that name. Well, appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I think it's actually up here, unironically. Yeah, this is definitely the way forward.
something.
Perfect is that 4D. Huh? Perfect what, Hydra? Somebody must have used it for a popular build if it's 4D. There is no shot you tell me is the 2 videos I saw on Hydras. Oh, PS5. Oh, okay. Because I was like, yo, I saw this shit last night, 1D. What the fuck do you mean 4D? Like, had me hella confused for a second. Actually, let me see how much it is now. Just perfect Hydra 200. See, it's about the same price, I guess. It's actually, wait, it's not around the same price. It's more expensive because before it was like 130, right? It was a divine of like 140C, something like that when I bought it. Imperfects are 35C. Don't buy imperfects. You want to buy a regular Hydra or a perfect Hydra. Imperfect, I think, loses the forked arrow, which is the big clear ability. You don't need all perfects, but you either go perfect Hydra or you just go Hydra. There's Hydra, there's perfect, then there's imperfect. Imperfect, you don't care about. It's trash. You don't want it. But Hydra is the same as perfect Hydra, but without the aura. So you want one perfect, and if you want to mess around, then you go non-perfect. For most minion builds that use cold damage, Hydra is just straight up better than using a hatred aura. For most builds, most minion builds, especially if you're a Spectre build, then 100%. If you're a non-Spectre build, then maybe not. There is a universe where it's not. Like an AG build might want your Hydra or might want, you know, depending on how much face damage you scale. We just one-phased him. Man didn't even have the opportunity to leave. That's a new fastest for him. Even my last build didn't have that. AG change the command, then I wouldn't invest in it, because with AG change the command, you're going to need to remove your specters at some point. Change of command already doesn't let you use other minions, so it means it will be a temporary investment, which, I mean, I wouldn't pay 4D for a temporary investment. Now if you just wanted to level, because change of command doesn't let you actually use the chest piece until you don't get to use the chest piece until you're done with campaign, like level 70 or something. It's very bad. But anyways, it doesn't let you use it till then, so before then you can just maybe use all Hydras if you really wanted to. At PS5 prices, I probably wouldn't. I would probably just go for something different. Maybe Harry's watch instead. It'd be worse clear, but it's still a walking sim playstyle. Just saw prices. All right. Harry's watch are also free, so if you're looking for a level inspector, I'd probably go Harry's watch on with those prices. Like, I wouldn't go Hydra. I went Hydra because like I'm going to use perfect Hydra in the end, and the non-perfects were 10C, and I mean I have the currency, so why not just 10C? So that's 50C for 1D. 50C was essentially what I spent on my specters, and it's like, okay, I don't mind that. How many levels until? Well, there's a few good things here. 3 levels until I link and I can start removing these points. 1, and then 2. I'm 1 level away from Rigwald's Hunt. So that means once I get to levels, I want to say 60 something, 66, I'm going to do my ascendancy so I could actually get fortification and properly use the double damage chance and all that. So now I can use the chess piece in question. So that means once I'm done, next time I go to town, I'm probably just going to do my ascendancy.
I'm getting really tired of grudge matches.
The Bannon. Bannon was a... Now
I should quality this. Oh, okay. Okay. I see you. Okay. Anyways, I will use that. What do I want to do? My hydras don't fully convert to cold. So if I go the full cold shebang here, it would be less than ideal. So I think I'm just going to wear the chess piece. Nah. No, we're not gonna do that. Not until we get 45. It's free attack speed, but they aren't the best recipients of attack speed anyways. So does it really matter? Not really.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, justice will prevail.
So I'm going to do all 3 ascendancies is probably what we're gonna do. So I'm going to spend a bit of time in lab. A bit of time. Bruh. Oh, cool.
The weary traveler. When one defiles the energy of the path, one defiles the Emperor. Enjoy the reprisal. By the goddess, what ambition! Those who stand should never outnumber those who kneel.
Why does that voice line seem out of place? Like he like it feels weird for him, at least in my ears, him saying after what ambition. Like he typically says something else. Of course, I can't prove it because I mean I don't remember what he says. I need to use PoE lab, don't I? Yeah, I need to use PoE lab. Ooh, okay. I remember how comfy this lab was on my chieftain just because of how much regen I had. Good times. Good times. Why not Necro? Because I plan on building around this chest piece, and this chest needs me to have fortification, and Necro doesn't have easy access to fortification, but Champion does.
By the goddess, what ambition!
That is why not Necro.
The emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Can use AG with the axe that give fortification. I would not sacrifice my chest piece for a 10% chance to deal double damage. It's not worth it. If I'm going to build around the chests, I want to have as much fortify as possible, and the axe is just not. It only gives 10 fortify. Don't forget, it's not worth it. It's definitely not worth your chest boss when you're giving up something like +1 specters on a rare chest, among other mods. Pity the emperor who sits alone on his. That actually does sound more along the lines of what he would say after what ambition. I guess he just wanted to mix it up.
Destination is more dangerous than the journey. Before your emperor,
you are worthy.
Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
All right, we have 45. This means we can now do this. Actually, let's go to town. What is my current Spectre called? They are called Hydras. Perfect Hydra and regular Hydras. They are affliction corpses. And the perfect Hydra has a hatred aura. Non-perfect Hydra does everything else. So if you want to build around them, you typically would want to go one perfect Hydra and then the rest non-perfect or regular Hydras. Do not go imperfect. Imperfect is bad. Do not do that. But you do want to get regular perfects. We go return brother. Hydras actually would suck with these links. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're going to continue business as usual until we're ready to make a full swap, which we are not. So what goes in here? That's elite damage with attacks. Melee fizz. Multi-strike. Minion damage. and then that guy. So it almost feels like until I get my main minions in place, I don't actually want to use this. How many points do I have? I feel like I have enough points to make it work using... What'd you call those guys again? I have enough points to make it work using banners and the melee guys that I plan on building around. I already... Left as right. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? And welcome. I already reached min max for Regifalas, and I found a way to max both attack block and spell block. So you think it's better to change to Svalin instead of Bitter Bind? How many specters are you currently at with Bitter Bind?
The goddess is watching.
You're at 10, so you'd be losing 2 specters for what will be block. 90% block chance, or 88% actually. I guess my question for you is, what content are you running, and do you think you feel the need to go even more defensive? Because you'd be dropping quite a bit of damage for it. So I would say don't do it unless the content you're farming requires you to be tankier and you have enough damage.
The weary
But if you're blowing through the maps that you're trying to run and you don't T17 boss rush, yeah, I would say just keeping Bitter Bind for T17 boss rush is better. Because you do want to keep...
Stand your ground, the goddess. What ambition.
You want to have as much damage as you can for T17 boss rush, so you can actually not care about some mods like endurance charges and whatnot. So yeah, it all depends on if you're doing like blights and you had enough damage, and yeah, I would say Svalin is probably worth it. So you wouldn't die to the bosses and whatnot. I see. Did I find a way to play early reflect maps? I mean, the way to play early reflect maps is 2 things. 1, switching your Pantheon to this one. You and your minions take 50% reduced reflected damage, paired with resets, body armor, doesn't matter, int. Paired with one of these guys. I don't know that I would personally think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it personally, but you can do this. Another choice you have for reduced reflected damage sources, because this is you and your minions. Where is it? Yeah, 100% reduced reflected early damage. You can go for this mod. This is chess piece. It makes crafting the piece awkward because you would ideally want Eta and Exile implicit, but doing this obviously prevents that. The other option you have is going for a ring with Shaper influence, I believe. Reduce reflected damage up to 55%. If you get the 55% on one ring and the 50% on the other, you're 100% reduced, and you should be immune to, not immune, you shouldn't take reflect damage. However, and this is big, and this is why I don't personally build for doing early reflect on Regifilers. Any source of generic increased damage taken, like shock, will counter that reduced reflected damage and can take you below 100%. So when you enter your map, if your Regifilers get shocked, they can fall below 100% and then die to reflect. So in order to prevent this, you have to overcap it to a point where it's not feasible that the game pushes you in the other direction. However, this game can throw a whole lot of random BS at you. So unless you're going like double rings as well as Pantheon, where you're like, you're 150% reduced, so even if you get shocked, giga shocked or whatever, you'll are still fine. That is how you would do it. It's up to you to decide if it's worth doing or not. Because remember, the easiest way to craft the rings for most minion builds is to just get fractured minion damage and then essence craft your way to victory, essentially, if you will. But the moment you go influence gear, you no longer have fracture as an option. But not only do you not have fracture as an option, you can now easily break an item because you can no longer harvest, add, or remove. So
when the time comes,
it becomes much harder to get what you want alongside minion damage and all the other things you might want from your ring. So just keep that in mind.
No two battles are alike.
I assume you're just going to keep doing this until... Yeah, I figured until that guy came out.
The sovereign leech leaves but a husk for its descendants.
I can't do this just yet.
I got it, I played this build for all round. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's very defensive and it's very strong offensively. So it can take you not having a minion damage on one ring and stuff like that. Like you don't need to have and my internet shits itself again. Okay, we wait. All right, where was I? Don't think that one matters. But yeah, it is an option available to you. How you would go ahead and craft this ring if you so choose to do it is this has elemental. You probably craft your prefixes first. So you probably go life essence until you get the shaper implicits. Actually, how many shaper implicits are there? Let's even start there. Because you want a T1 or you want to have two rings. I guess if you reflect the ring, then it's you kind of only need it to happen once. It doesn't have minion tag, which I find interesting. I find that very interesting. Why does it have minion tag? Because it's you and your minions. Like, that's not an excuse. But anyways, I would go for a Shaper Ring, Essence, Life until I get it, and then work on prefixes and for suffixes rather. For suffixes, you're just going for Reforge Caster for attack cast speed if you need it, or Reforge Res, or Reforge whatever you need. The issue is you also need minus lightning res. Yeah, in that case, yeah, there is no easy.
An aspirant can afford to.
Yeah, there is no easy solution to it. Your chest is taken by Doriani, so it's not really an option, and your rings are taken by minus res, so it's really not an option. The one thing you could do if you were really desperate to do it. The one thing you could do is you could go for a rare amulet that has minus lightning res, and that frees up your one ring for you to do that. That'd be like, or you try to reflect it yourself, and one ring can then give you a much higher amount of reflect immunity, in which case you have minus lightning res and that mod as your, and maybe if you also went for life, then sure, but you just be going for minus lightning res and that's mod. And odds are when you show reflective mist at it, one of them will be positive, one of them will be negative, and then you have your ring. You treat it like basically how Palstron treated making Merc rings last league. You only use Cybele's Lament with other ring and 120 minus 120 lights and 25 light from Val for the maps. Yeah, that's not a bad choice. I mean, Cybele's has what, 80% reduced, and then your master can get you another 50, so you should be very resilient to increase damage using that, and you do become reflect immune. Brother, I didn't mean to click. Jeez. I was trying to click that. That is most definitely not what I'm looking for. Ow. Everything is starting to hurt.
The weary traveler draws close to the end.
Now, granted, I am in the level 68 lab, so perfectly understandable.
By the goddess, what ambition? Failure is an illusion. Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Would like to ask, what is next beta Spectre you'd recommend for all round gameplay? The next beta Spectre, is this for a witch? And I guess my question is, when you say all around, do you mean like really high clear like Red Defilers, or it can have worse clear but just something else you can play that is no Red Defilers?
I can't do this just yet.
Any class is fine. If you want to cook up your own build and you're looking for a ranged Spectre, what Spectre would I say? High-risk watch are pretty decent. They're nothing drop dead insane, but they are pretty good as Spectres. You do need to convert them from Fizz to Ellie. I also made a build yesterday, Syndicate Operatives for Chieftain. The reason I'm not going to recommend that one for you is because you want an all-rounder, and that is an all-rounder. It's a very, very fast mapper, but it's not the best Uber bosser. And just because it's not the best Uber bosses, I will say, like, you can, it has the damage to kill Uber bosses 100%, but it's less single target DPS than Wretch Defilers. Better wave clip, but worse single targets, and it doesn't have block, so it doesn't eat Uber boss mechanics quite as good as, you know, Wretch Defilers can. And in general, single target DPS wise, very, 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 very few things would actually outperform Doriani, just because of the nature of how big of a multiplier -200 is. You're typically not going to find many other options to do it. Now, that being said, you can go like Doriani Syndicate Operatives, and that should be good as well. But in my opinion, Doriani Syndicate Operative takes away from what I think I would say is one of their biggest strengths, which is being able to off screen as efficiently as they do. Because Doriani has a death, it has an AoE around your character where it's like, okay, once they come through this AoE, they insta die because DRS gets set. But beyond that, they don't have the minus res, so you know, it's just base DPS at that point. And the way you scale Doriani, you might not have all the things that might help you kill those enemies like pen, exposure, all those things without the need for, you know, -200. If that makes sense. So just keep that in mind. It is an option. If you want Giga Clear, Syndicate Operatives are there for you. They are really nice. But if you want bosses as well as single targets, Hydras are pretty decent, but you have to worry about their survivability. Hydras are very fast mappers. You have to worry about cooldowns, but they have good single target and good mapping potential if you solve for their survivability. So yeah, my recommendation, I guess my second best recommendation would probably be Hydras, because they do both well if you solve for their survivability, which is relatively, like, it's not the easiest thing to do, but it's also not the hardest thing to do. You know, I just now realized this convocation has 23% qual already, so I'll just be wasting my clicks. Frostblink. I mean, I'll probably end up using the other Frostblink, so like none of these matter. Not really. Oh, my internet is tilting me. It is tilting me. Why is it disconnecting so much? Is a question I have to ask myself, because like, what the fuck? Okay, we have the banners in place. We basically have everything we need except our Uber, I forget what it's called, Uber Lab. So I think what we're going to do is we are probably going to switch to our melee minions once we get 2 extra points. Once we get these 2 points, we're going to switch to melee minions and start using banners. Do I sell my main build for keys, yes or no? I think the answer is a resounding definite no. I mean, think about it. This is going to be like that Family Guy scene where he asks, where they ask Peter Griffin to pick between two prizes. One is a guaranteed boat, and the other is a mystery prize. And then Peter goes ahead to say, well, anything could be, the mystery prize could be anything, even a boat, and then picks a mystery prize, and it's not a boat, obviously. So the answer to your question is no, because we open reliquary keys hoping to get mage bloods, not the other way around. We don't drop mage bloods hoping to open reliquary keys. Are you gonna build Necro Hydra soon? I don't think I want to build Hydras as a build. The reason being is I think there's already some decent looking builds out there for Hydras, and I've already built them in the past, so it doesn't really excite me, the concept of like playing with them, if that makes sense. I really love them for leveling. This is what they look like, by the way, in case you're curious. This is actually what they look like, and clearing wise, I think you'd probably feel very similar to this for most content. But yeah, the minions that I find exciting, I am going to make a build guide on. I've done Syndicate Operatives. I found them very exciting because prior to this season, every single time I had tried or attempted to make them viable, they just fell short on POB. But this season with the LE convert buffs, they actually were pretty good. So I sent it and it felt really nice. Favorite specters are Serpent Warrior, Baronite Preacher, Goatman, Fires, and lastly Slave Drivers. I'm not a big fan of Slave Drivers, probably because I've used them so much. But one specter I really want to make work is Baronite Preachers. There's something very fascinating about ball lightning and all the mechanics that go into it. But here's my problem with Baronite Preachers. POB is very deceptive when it comes to them, because if you plan around making a POB with Baronite Preachers on POB, the DPS you get is not actually what your DPS is going to be. Even if you do take all the steps with the like slower proj and everything, somehow POB inflates Baronite Preachers damage by quite a lot. It never ends up feeling that way, and I don't fully get why. But somehow there's a disconnect between POB and actual Baronite Preachers. Somehow, and it's a big disconnect. It's not negligible. That being said, there are the new physical damage, or not new, but like the physical damage ball lightning specters, and they also show promise because you can convert, and so you can actually benefit from the 4x damage phase to LE converts that exist this league, So that is an option. I've forgotten their name, but they show up in like Act 5 or something. They do ball lightning, but it's physical, and I think has base 50% converts. So if you scale base damage on that, it is going to be, quite nutty. All right, buddy. Let's see. Let's start taking off all of these. I think I'll leave it at this for now because I don't have access to the cluster jewels I want to use. Just because of that. I still kind of want to get some extra minion damage, but I feel like I'm also missing something. Oh, you know what I'm missing? It's quite important actually, so I'm going to remove these points for it. I'm missing actual banner scaling. Then I'm gonna play next league PoE 2. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. A part of me, or not even a part of me, I fully expect that PoE 2 is going, Druid is going to have a minion ascendancy. I'll be very disappointed if it doesn't actually happen that way, but my expectation is that is going to be the case. And if that is going to be the case, then there's going to be a whole plethora of minion builds I can explore next season in PoE 2. So you cannot convince me to miss that season. I will be there. I came here for something. I wanted to gamble. That's right. Armor gloves, pure armor gloves. I guess armor EV gloves are fine as well. But I'd rather just go pure armor just because I don't know how much dexterity I currently have, but it's probably not a lot. This is pretty decent. This has dexterity though. Dexterity, lightning res, doesn't have much in the way of life though. $88 life. So I can give it 70 life. And now it just straight up beats this one because it has dexterity. Okay, I'm fine with that. What are my war cries going to be? General's cry. Auto exertion. And then just any war cry, really.
Hail God's Slayer. God Slayer. Good.
I want to try something. This will probably feel like ass. So let me just try. Let's do this first. Quality summon mirage. Quality of this is CDR.
Godslayer, good day.
All right. War cry, war cry, war cry. Battle mage's cry. And then we put this on left click. I can't move. Why can't I move? Is it because it's a support? Wait, hold up. Let's try something. So wait, Battle Mage's Cry is just somehow different because it's, bruh. That's kind of us. That's dumb. Okay. Is there any other cry I would want to potentially use in its place? Not really. I don't use any of the others. Maybe Infernal Cry. Intimidating Cry, I guess. But nah, we're not going to be doing any of that. It was worth testing, let's say. So then the plan is auto exert like 3 war cries. So just slap on Infernal Cry in here. Oh god, this internet is pissing me off. Holy, that's a lot of mana. There's also the universe where I let me get my perfect Hydra. I also need to go for a different weapon so that I can actually use a trigger weapon. So let's gamble for some wands.
Our fortunes grow. The Maryline is ready. Doubt even I could sell that.
Are you telling me you're incapable of giving me a convoking one, my guy?
Always a good thing.
Give me a convoking wand.
The Maryline is ready.
I guess I can just go to town, and hopefully those corpses despawn by the time I get back.
Yes. Remember, we do this for free.
Okay, they're gone. Can I use Deafening Essence of Fear yet? Oh, I can. Okay, cool. I need open suffix and another mod. Preferably an increased minion damage wand. Or mod rather. But it just needs to be open suffix. Increased crit is not bad actually, so this is fine. Before I do that, let's go 1 green. And let's do desecrates and offering. Where's my offering? And then I'm going to need spell echo. In place of minion damage. All right. So we're going to do 1, 2. Now we just wait for them to expire. Anytime today, please. Is spell echo not work? Now, just for tests, let's see. Oh god. So you're telling me I can't even see their corpses? Oh, this is going to be something.
Still alive?
But that didn't work. How many do I need? I need 6 of them. I thought spell echo was supposed to work. It just somehow isn't. Maybe I need more cast speed for it to work. Okay, good. My hard drive is still there. Before I accidentally res something I shouldn't be resing. We just have how many more to go? 2 more to go. We're going to have to do literally everything in my power to make sure these guys never despawn. Well, that worked. All right, now we have our auto exertion. All we need now is actual mirrors. We want trigger wand and really okay. Okay. What can we toss away real quick? Because I know we're going to be eventually going Dark Monarch to have an extra pair of sockets, but until then I guess I could also always just use trigger. I could go for a red sockets. I think it's not a spell, right? So it should be fine to not be triggered.
Slayer, good day.
Oh no, that doesn't work. All right, in that case, we switch those two.
I can't do this just yet.
Oh wait, it might not matter either way.
Hail God Slayer.
My goal though is to have Defiance banner. Or better still, let's have it on F, and then on, we kind of need a curse, but like it's kind of fine as well. You think they are clunky without aggressive? Good thing I plan on getting aggressive, but we'll see. I'm very curious to see what it actually feels like, because this is my first time actually trying them since I saw Dominated's video.
I don't suppose there's time to convince innocents to put some clothes on for this battle. A worthy opponent!
So we need more Warcry CDR, and of course we need more levels, because currently okay, so one thing I'm already noticing is I'm going to want to probably pick up these 3 points, well these 4 points ideally, but alternatively actually I don't, because every single red node can become a Warcry CDR tattoo 8%, so I shouldn't actually need to. Okay, so I kind of suspected that I would need to, but it's good to know that that is the case. Like, no, definitively that's the case. Let's have these level up a bit. I also, of course, need to make it so... Yeah, I'm going to need a lot of Warcry CDR. The good thing about auto exertion reserving mana though is that I think I don't have to worry as much for mana regen. Because going into this, I thought I need to worry about mana regen a lot more than I actually seem to care about. Only thing is I'm going to need to worry about reservation more than I thought so. And I'm assuming banners have Warcry, no Warcry. I also should get melee splash until I have the points, because I'm point starved, and because I am point starved, I do not actually have explode coming from here, which I do need for AoE. I also plan on getting this one, but that's, I think regen is my priority here. In terms of regen, I think regen comes from my ascendancy. I also don't have as much AoE as I would I would expect, simply because, again, points. So we need to level up. We need to level up quick. They do have damage though. I will give them that, because like we are currently still at level whatever spore gems, way less than we should have. I do have to wonder though, if they do this much damage, I might have to rethink how often, like how much my AoE for the banners are. Like that's a full 6 point. Oh god. I thought that was my versions that were getting absolutely destroyed. I'm like, oh god, they can't be that squishy, can they?
May a new dawn arise.
All right, now that we're done with this, I actually do need to start putting together this POB. I actually do need to do it. So like I said, now that we're done with campaign, I'm going to actually sit down and POB this in detail. Now we obviously cannot predict how much damage we're going to be doing because they're not on POB, and I kind of don't feel like importing them because it's hit or miss if it's actually going to be accurate or not. So I rather just not. Lani has a reward from me
For freedom.
So I need this, and then I need, this is aura effect, aura effect, aura effect, and res, and then this one is AoE. So I'll prioritize the AoE because that's where my explode is going to come from. That's where my AoE is going to come from, like clear. This should be the priority. Realistically, I probably should even do it before this guy. I think I should probably do it before even going for Bannerman. Either way, doesn't matter too much. I need levels. Are Hydra's new specters? No, they were added to the game in Affliction. So I didn't turn in my Act 8 points. These ones are new specters though. The it that crawls.
You goodbye.
Good. It's a... Tell me something. Don't do anything I would.
Hmm. All right. We have the explode now. I kind of want to see what it feels like to run the explode. So we're going to run a quick map. I don't know what my res looks like. My res is ass. So this is going to be something. Actually, realistically, I should just do this. Chaos res is non-existent. But hey, we have explode. We'll go for a T5 map to start. What is a decent layout? Crimson Temple, maybe? Less cooldown is not something I plan on taking. Sure, I can do that. Also, bruh. Okay. In that case, we wait. How I need 9 more int when I have this amulet kind of shows just how attribute starved I am. I have this guy and I still need int. This guy. And this is a convenient wand. I guess it's because it's a convenient wand. That's why I'm starved.
Like stepping into a dream. I can't do this just yet.
Ow. They already dead? Okay, I might need to... I might have bigger concerns than my res, because I think the res also needs work. I don't want to gear my character yet. I kind of just want to see what the explode feels like. That's all. That's all I care about. Like, I don't want to gear my character yet. I want to do the POB and all of that. But I don't have to deal with it. I know the worst parts. Actually, it's not even the worst part. It just means I need this point as well, so I can just give them. You know what? Let's do it. Fuck it. We have enough strength. They should cap their res now. No complaints, right? All right, guys. I'm gonna need no complaints coming from y'all. You know something interesting? I kind of forgot the button I have for my banners. All right, so now I can actually see what it looks like. I'm not sure I can see the explode is a problem. And I guess to be fair, I also cannot really see. Ow. I also can't really see the AoE of my banners. I assume it's wide enough. I have AoE now on my tree. But yeah, I'm actually just going to have to fully get my tree is what this means. Let's try again. Can we notice the explode or not? I guess I can kind of see the explode, but not really. Like if they are thick enough.
I can't do this just yet.
I feel like it is. Maybe I just need Valor to increase the AoE, but I feel like I'm not seeing huge AoEs coming from any explode. I see the power I expect coming from like offensive power and some of the defensive power, but I'm not seeing the explode, and I'm really hoping the explode is notable enough that I don't need, you know, melee splash. Because I don't have to gem swap is my biggest concern here. Bro, what? Yeah, why not melee splash? My internet has been disconnected like every 20 minutes at this point. I'm getting quite fed up. Anyways, why not melee splash? Because it just involves a gem swap I don't want to have to do. I guess I could also test something. There is one thing I want to test. That is if I see a difference by clicking that node. That is what I want to test, because I suspect the explode also scales off of my damage and not theirs. So maybe now that I have some increased damage coming from there, I'm going to notice its chain happening. Brother. Now I see the explode. I just don't think it's enough is what this means. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Actually very that one was very noticeable. I'd be blind if I didn't notice it. I'd be blind if I didn't notice that one. I guess let's see. So on a thick enough pack, it's 100% like fully noticeable. But when the pack isn't thick enough, it feels lackluster.
I can't do this just yet.
Okay. I think it was a good test. From the banner, yes, explode from the banner. I feel like the explode isn't that wide AoE though. So yeah, it might honestly just be a case of I should use the jewel that is the curse jewel, and then just use blasphemy. I was kind of hoping I wouldn't have to do that. It's kind of really hoping I wouldn't have to do that. It's 20% chance for 10% of their life has face damage. So 1 out of every 5 enemies should explode, and they should deal 10% of their life. So I feel like it's probably not enough. Probably not enough. What is an open layout I can try it on? Colosseum? Let's try Colosseum. Why is it so ass then? I don't know. But the fact that it's not very obvious means it's probably just not worth taking. Like, just straight up. There probably is going to be a melee splash angle. The alternative is the other version of the build I thought about, which was the non-Dark Monarch version, the one that actually uses an anime guardian, because then we can get Giga Explode from the anime guardian as well, scaling like max frenzy charges and all of that. But I don't know how I feel about going for a Spectre build and only having like 4 DPS Spectres. That's like my biggest qualm with that build or that idea. But otherwise, it's probably going to be the better clear option. Because at this point, I'm starting to question if I have the reservation needed to use Blasphemy on my setup to also use the Foulborn Witchbane. You know? Can I click this, please? Isn't there a flask that curses? There is. It gives you a despair curse aura. I don't mind it. The problem is that I guess the biggest problem is that it's despair. I don't know that this is doing too much, but I'm going to remove it and we're going to see if I see it drop in clear speed. I think.
Best friends, bees, until we slaughter you. For honor.
The good news is they have been saying single target regardless. And this is not even the offensive banner. This is still the defensive one. Oh, I see. Okay. So one thing to note about this setup that I'm now realizing is I need to leave the banners area to recover my valor. I can't undo the banner. It has to be I walk out of it. Otherwise I don't get my valor back. See, if I'm about up to 78. I drop this 10 valor, I go out 56. But if I instead of running out, I click that, I don't get my valor back. Okay, so never undo your banner unless you want to start from the beginning, of course. realistically, I don't think I need all 3 of these. I think I only need General's Cry. I think I need General's Cry, maybe 1 more, and I need to Giga Stack Warcry CDR. But anyways, without any further ado, let's actually go into POB mode. So first things first, we notice that this is probably not enough. We probably need to do it a bit more when it comes to explode. And there's Witchfire Brew. I don't know how big the AoE on this is, but we'll probably end up using this as our 1 unique flask. And then, of course, it's going to be Mage Blood setup. So this will be our curse for us to then use Witchbane. All right, first things first. Then let's work out our items. First things first, Dark Monarch, for obvious reasons. Raise Spectre, we take this to 21. Then I'll say 21, 20. Rigwald Hunt isn't here, so we're just going to copy this, paste it in here, add this. I already have a config for the double damage chance, and this one is for the banner region that minions don't seem to benefit from. It doesn't show the region we get from, what do you call it? It doesn't show the region we get from actually having the banner down. So that's why I have 10.5. Let me actually label these. Banner, region, Rigwald, Hunt. And we can probably remove this now. Gloam Ring. The weapon is going to be minions are aggressive 1. Do I have anything of the like here? No. Okay. Where are Spectres? Bitter bind points. Level of socketed. I don't know, man. Add mod, not crucible. I hate dealing with variant items. Can I just say that? Anyways, custom +1 to maximum number of specters. I also need to switch this from that to something that doesn't affect my current build, like ammo gain during soul gain prevention. Doesn't affect my current setup, so nothing is inflated there. Wand, convening wand with, tell me Delve actually has minions that are aggressive. No, it does not. Of course it doesn't. Why would it have it? Custom minions are aggressive. Fractured. Didn't I close it? Why did that not work multiple times? I don't know. In any case, +2 minion damage. In the ideal universe, we'll have minion crits and minion ASCS, as well as trigger. This is an expensive one to make, and we'll probably end up making it soon. How we'd go about crafting this, we use delve fossils until we get our prefixes. Then we're going to reforge. We can reforge crit, or we can reforge caster. I think reforging crit is probably the better option. And then when we have our crits, we're going to block prefixes again and add remove caster and hope it doesn't remove this, so we can add this, so then we can have trigger. Anyways, we have brittle 6 already. Cool. Boots. I feel like I'm going armor EV on this setup. I think it makes sense to go armor EV. Why armor EV? Actually, I don't know if I have the reservation for EV anymore. Maybe I'll go evasion spectre still. Let's plan for armor, I guess. Let's plan for armor. And then if we can fit in evasion, we fit in evasion. To be honest, I wonder how fun banner gameplay is. How many do you use? One, and basically the plan is to use 2. We plan on using 1 for the entire map, and then the second one is an add-on for a single target where it's just more, it has a big more damage multi, basically. Level of race specters 2 alongside what attribute do we need? We need Giga in, totally. We are so instaffed, it's not even funny. So ints. Then ideally we get errors. Reforge chaos. Actually, reforge chaos is like the worst thing I can do on this base. Probably like reforge fire or something. Because we'll probably end up being mid. Then we get some decent life with crafted movement speed, but because we don't care too much for movement speed, because we get enough from our banners to have excess. So we don't care too much about movement speed on this setup. So honestly, there's a universe where we skip movement speed on our brutes. The only problem with skipping movement speed on your brutes is town is going to feel like ass. Like trying to traverse King's Mart or the other places, or places that just you can't use banners, it will feel like ass. Bone meld. Yeah, bone meld. Bone meld. Minions have plus 35% to chaos resistance. Minions have, well, let's get to 90% res first before we do this, because I do want to go for a melding. This is the point where I slap on the mage blood. I feel like going attributes here, to be honest. Then for the actual flasks, for once, like I said, we don't actually need movement speed flask. We still might, because who doesn't like movement speed? But I think 179% movement speed is enough without trying to do something like this. I think 284 is excessive. You would outpace your minions by quite a lot. I don't know why you'd want to have that much movement speed. Well, you can. I probably wouldn't though. So like I said, we're going to be using fire res as our purity of fire. That's how we're going to get max res, purity of fire, and then ruby. If I can get a corrupted dark monarch with aura skill levels, then this can go into helmets. AoE or aura gems doesn't matter. Probably AoE, so it's not restricted to aura. Maybe this. If I do this and 10% effect on me, that gives me up to 88% fire res. It's not a bad idea. And then aside this, we want to have... I feel like Purity of Element is a good idea for element immunity. But they are so overcapped on early res, or they will be so overcapped on early res. Because they have 50 base on from the ring. They're going to have... I feel like it's unnecessary. Gloves will have auto exertion alongside General's Cry. What really increases when you go up in level? Duration has gone up and less damage. Okay, so we can just leave this at level 1. The mana goes up as well, so like keeping it at level 1 is probably ideal. What is the current CDR on General's Cry? 2 seconds. So, like I said, we can start doing a whole bunch of these tattoos. I kind of suspected we need to do it. That puts us down to 1.5 seconds. We can't get Warcry CD on our boots. And also, it's going to be very difficult to cap our res as is. So I am thinking Purity of Elements will help a lot. Because we have so many uniques. We need every single source of chaos res we can hopefully find. Gloam Ring, minions will increase damage. Chaos Res T1. Suffixes. What suffixes am I going for here? Not movement speed. I'd probably want attack cast speed. I think I said I was going to Essence Craft mana regen. But that was because I thought war cries would take mana. So far in everything we're doing, I don't think we're actually using that much mana. Are we? Because if I really think, what are we using mana for? Offering, which is important. Banners, which take fuck all mana anyways. We don't need much. Offering is like the biggest thing there. Minion movement speed is also kind of not needed because banners are there. I think it's an attribute angle. I'm lacking in ints. I said it already. So let's get ints. So we int until T1 Chaos Res. And then gets a reforge speed. And then reforge life for the prefixes. We have too much in the way of points. We need to do something about the fire res though. We can use a jewel to get the remaining 2%. They all kind of have the same CDs, except General's Cry. Eight-second base CD is actually quite a lot. Holy, I'm just not realizing how bad it is. This is going to reserve 13%. What if we use... And if I'm going to use an enlightening, it definitely doesn't make sense for it to be there. It should be here. All right, we go for only General's Cry is what that means. Only General's Cry. It also kind of means we probably need to get something like this. Probably do. Because I really want to have aspect of this, of the spider on this build. But I guess I don't need it, but I would like to have it. Let's put this in my shield. Defiance banner, war banner. I'm good. You?
I'm good.
So these are the only two things we need for the banners to be effective or to work. But I still need to worry about this. What are we gonna do? Are we going to take points from other areas? I feel like points wise, we aren't... I guess we could drop Vicious Bite scaling. Because if we drop Vicious Bites... Nah, but that's crit though. That's 60% crit chance. That's a lot of damage for minions that have Brittle. Like, they have basically they effectively have 11 base crits with Brittle. Because they are going to get very high effectiveness everywhere. On Ubers, maybe you have to use Ruthless to get 6%, but odds are you don't. I don't think you do. What can we do? If we were to drop this entire section, it would help. But I think this double damage wheel is a big part of what I want from this build. So I kind of don't want to drop it. And I can't afford to... That reminds me. Bone Meld, Anoint, Death Attunements. I can't afford to not use my Anoint because my Anoint goes all the way here. So can't anoint this. And I can't Impossible Escape because Impossible Escape is used for here. So can't do that either. Weapon, let's go offering, so desecrate. Spirit offering for giga crits and crit multi. Is this offering effect? Yes, it is. Okay. I don't know what else is going to be in here, but we'll leave this as is for now. This is obviously in chests. How are we going to get to 90 auras? How do we do it? The good news is we don't actually need a bismuth flask like I expected to, which means we have a lot of flex room here. Oh, there's a big problem here. Let's just turn these off for now. Okay, we need to turn these off just to make sure because we want to cap our res outside of our banners, so we're not reliant on the buff in order to not explode. You know, it's kind of important to not explode. So you're telling me, damn, that's a lot of res. That is indeed a lot of res. Yeah, I might have to go bismuth is what that means, like I expected. How much are perfect tigers right now? Still 30D. By the way, did you end up testing the forest tiger thing? It's 28D. Jeez. Anyways, I assume Arcane is not here then.
I am here. I just was distracted. What am I testing?
The tiger?
I don't know if I did.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you would know if you did.
I was distracted. I don't think I did. I don't think I got to test him.
Okay. Do you want to test it? With a normal? Utility flask. Bismuth.
My character has evasion is the problem though.
Why does that matter? If you put on the Spectre, the regular normal one, check if you see a DPS increase. You don't have the ascendancy that would alter anything.
Oh, just putting the Spectre on, okay.
Just put the Spectre on.
Do you have a Ray Spectre gem you're not using?
It's high int.
Yeah,
I have 2020s.
I have 254.
Okay. So I think we do need to use a bismuth is what this means, because we don't have enough suffixes on the non-uniques to go around. Like we kind of do actually. We kind of do. We have this one, which is an extra suffix, and then the next one is an extra suffix. But it's not enough to get these three to cap. Definitely not. Well,
I actually don't have enough chaos to buy this shit.
How much is it?
15. 1 second. I have 4C on my character, like literally.
Man said he doesn't have enough, and I was expecting it to be like an actual expensive amount. Why does he have 15?
I liquidated all. You saw I liquidated all my chaos. I forgot that I wouldn't need it.
07.
All right, so I do this in my hideout, right?
Yeah.
Right click.
Just check your damage without it. Well,
I didn't. I forgot to.
Unsocket it to drop to the ground so long as you're in your hideout.
Okay, unsocketing. Yeah. All right.
Can I show you a screen?
1.315. Sure. I mean, listen, we know that dude was just trolling, right?
I'm very sure, but I think it's one of those moments where he doesn't want to admit that he didn't actually test it.
1315369.
Yeah.
One three one five three six nine. And well, that being said, it does say per evasion. Per how many evasion does it say again?
For 450.
Just making sure.
So
Per 50,
for
how much do I have? 698. So I should have seen anything.
should have seen something.
Same thing.
Throwing on a jade flask, I guess, a white jade flask.
This thing shows up. It is what it is, I guess. Excited? You ready? Jade flask going up. Oh shit, wrong one. Let's change it for that. Yeah. So 1315369. Yeah. Full game. Yeah.
But yeah, he would swear on his life that was increasing his evasion, his AD.
I think he just forgot, to be honest. I don't think the person was trying to be like malicious. I just think they were ignorant. Don't attribute to maliciousness what you can attribute to someone who lacks common sense.
I don't. The thing is, this is where I see it. If he stopped at saying that it does this and didn't claim to test, then sure, you know, you that is ignorance. But saying you tested and it went up, I mean, unless it's just bad testing, you know, he said he saw a 50% increase. Like, I'm like, I don't know where you're saying 50%, unless like you're using the ascendancy, I don't know what it's called actually, Reinhardt's ascendancy. Unless you're using that, and that is where the damage increase is coming from. But like, my guy, that is a local mod for the Tiger. I was so confused because like that was yesterday. I was like, what the fuck? Like, there's no universe where this works. But yeah,
I mean, I'm with you. I thought it was cooked. The bro was willing to die in the hill, and I had just already had a rant with someone on Reddit that I wasn't gonna do that, and someone was at that point he would just mute me, I guess. So I was like, all right, you know better, bro. Let's drop the term. Let's drop
EDR,
everything, and
drop the tanky spectre. Yeah. Let's just go with it.
Let's fake the spectre that everyone on Reddit is asking. How do you keep the spectre alive? Hey, the spectre's giving me so much damage. How do I keep it alive, guys?
I might honestly make a video on it because like it's kind of dumb that people are this convinced that it does what it doesn't. Cause like,
I think you leave them. So that way we have to have a reason to do ritual.
The thing is, in all the years I've done of all the maps I've done ritual, I haven't seen a single forest tiger perfect. At least I feel like I've seen an imperfect, but I haven't seen it
like
perfect.
Perfect is
it's rare AF. Like that's why in the regular seasons it's expensive because it's rare. But now we have these people driving up the price that think that they're getting increased AD for the tiger when they are clearly not. But you know, that is not a hill I will be dying on, that's for sure. Wait, this has mana reservation. Which one do I have? I don't have 131. What is my number? Copy. Paste. Life. 80% chance to avoid shocks for 2 points. Oh, 100% we take that. 100% we take that. Now we don't need to use a suffix for Storm Shroud. Actually, we never needed to. Never mind. I'm trolling. I just remember that we're using Purity of Elements on this setup because, yeah. So live, we take that off. Damage. Cool. Those are the 3 points we're going to be getting on my actual cluster or time loss. I've been staring at this POB. I don't know where I'm gonna remove points from. We should be capped on Chaos Res now because Bone Melt +4 Dread marches as well. So like I kind of don't want to make them squishier to Chaos damage. But then again, they have 700k Chaos max hits. They can do without a bit of Chaos Res. 340k phase max. These guys are going to be tanky AF, that's for sure. And again, the reason we have Syndicate operatives here is because they have very similar health numbers to it that crawls.
By the way, Alter 7C each.
You mean 7 for AC?
Is that what I mean?
7 ults for a Chaos.
A div is like 900. So whatever
Yes.
that is.
Yes. 7C each
That's
per
crazy.
ult. So I was like, there is no way an ult is more expensive than a Chaos. Can you imagine? An Alteration Orb is more expensive. I mean, I've been selling those guys well, so you know, power to you guys that is spamming ults. I mean, you have them hidden, don't you? I
mean, I have to hide them for this strat actually, kinda, because like these mobs drop a lot of ults. So I only pick up like I pick up like 20 stacks. And
Whatever
there's
you
quite a bit
need
of
to
20
cope.
stacks to be clear. No, I'm being serious. Divinity mobs drop a lot of ults. Like a lot of the explosions that are currency conversions we have left in the game is just ult explosions.
Yeah.
So if you want to be picking up ults,
don't pick up individual ults. I don't have individual ults on my filter, but I have stacks.
That's not one.
And I think I have
just
like.
told you I pick up stacks.
No, you said 20. 20 is a lot.
2017. I think
That's
it's
a lot.
17 starting. I still get a lot of it in these maps.
I
though.
think I start by like I don't know
I
where
haven't
I
had to
start, but
buy
like probably
ults till
10.
just to when I finally ran out today.
I mean that's fair, but I've been selling is the point, and I have already one in ults in my stash. It's like it's a stable source of extra currency for me. Is my point.
I think like extra currency for the guy that drops 2 locks.
I mean, I'll take the currency now, wouldn't I? Let's turn on one of the banners and let's see what its current duration is. 27 seconds. Holy. So we definitely have the time to put 3 banners down if we so choose to. What up, Zatham? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let's go for a bone ring. Where is bone ring? Minions deal increased damage. I still don't have enough int for a convening wand. So I need to do something about that. What about dexterity? Do I have enough dexterity for everything I need? I think so. I don't have any pure greens I need to. So yeah, we go for more spites. Into Chaos Res. T1. And then... the last guy can be, let's say, Lightning Res. And then, of course, life. On the Reforge. We still don't even have enough Chaos Res. Which means we need a Watcher's Eye. And this Watcher's Eye requires Purity of Elements, Chaos Res. That should cap my Chaos Res. And D-term PDR most likely. With D-term coming from a turtle. I think that is the play. I think this is the play. That caps me on Chaos Res. And then flasks. Currency flippers make so much money flipping alts, chances, and so on, all the way up to divines. It's batshit crazy. I mean, imagine how much gold that takes, though. I mean, the currency flippers use your gold for that to sell King's March. I enjoy King's March for the Gamba, but I can just imagine how much they make. Because, like, I'm sure hardcore currency flippers have spreadsheets and whatnot to just tell them if it, like, how much stuff is worth, including like gold cost per divine ratios and whatnot, so they can actually just plug in numbers in a spreadsheet and that will tell them what to trade. If I was no life enough, I would actually make something like that. But it's way too much effort. Way too much effort. This league, they had gold selling groups, so it's a non-issue. I mean, gold is an issue because regardless of how you look at it, it eats into the profit if you have to pay for a gold selling group. It is a barrier to the equation. It is costs, operational costs, if you will. So it reduces your profit, and as such, it's to be accounted for when you're making trades, how much I'm actually making per X amount of gold, so you can actually maximize how far those gold runs go, if that makes sense. I am cooking up a POBE for my champion. That is what I am doing. Chance to avoid stun 53 and increase effects and increase effects. $57.74. We're still not capped. Oh, this is pain. Do we just accept the fact that we're not going to be capped without banners and rely on our banners to cap us because we have perma uptime on them? Do we really want to do that? Is the question. What did I sell? Oh, that looked like a Hydra gamer.
The game cares, right?
What'd you say?
We're trying to see if the game even cares about you doing that, because if the game doesn't care, like if you don't feel pushback from the game for that, then
what do you mean by pushback from the game for that? I have other defensive layers aside the res, but I have 100% uptime on my banners. Like there's no downtime. The only thing is,
that's what I'm saying.
The only thing is, I can't AFK any content pretty much because I would need to drop my banner. Spectres? Yes, Spectres hit that cross.
As you drop the Pathfinder flask.
The Pathfinder flask?
The life flask. Just drop it efficiently.
I'm so confused. Oh, you mean like on the num-lock thing?
Yeah.
I mean that would allow me to AFK because my banners last a while, but I wouldn't want it to proc when I'm mapping, so that wouldn't really work. It's probably just a case of I need to press it during hives. That's literally the only situation where I'm actually AFK doing content. And of course, if I AFK in the map, I mean, I would hope my aggressive minions don't let anybody near me.
How many do you press?
Banners?
Yeah.
The only thing I'm pressing is one while I'm clearing, and then I press the second one on bosses.
How many are there?
Yeah, 3 banners. They don't have any. You don't need to support them with anything. It's just drop it and profit.
Are there banners in PoE too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, persistent gems.
Oh, never mind then.
The spirits.
that's after that. Persistent gems is like what I didn't want to hear. Alright. I will actually consider them if they weren't, like unironically or whatever.
Nah, the Valor mechanic in PoE 2 is, I think, worse than PoE 1's Valor. I think Valor decays in PoE 2, something like that. I forget. Trying to cook up a Scion Aura bot for Bob to see if it's any better than Guardian. Let me Scion gives you curse effect from Champion and gives you reservation from Guardian. So it's probably the best of both worlds, probably the best option for an aura bot specifically. However, if you're trying to fit in as many auras as possible, then you really can't beat just 50% increased reservation. That being said, yeah, you're probably as an aura bot, Scion is probably one of the better choices you have. It's a shit ton of damage from Champ. Yeah, I can imagine. Do you actually taunt? My budget is 6 mirrors, so I can afford 1 passive voices and stuff. Holy, that is not something I expected to read today. 6 mirror budgets. I mean, the bright side about spending 6 mirrors on non-mirrored gear is that you can always sell it and make that currency back.
More money or more.
Yeah, with the way the economy is going. I'm gonna need one of these guys to actually get mana regen. I actually need one of them to get mana regen, because this is not enough mana regen for me. Nowhere near enough. And this doesn't really do anything for me, so... If I drop this int... Oh my god! I just realized I don't need ints.
Because
I went Supreme Ostentation. We don't care about attribute requirements. So I don't care about ints anywhere. I was like, why? You know, when I was seeing out that I was low on like ints and stuff, I was like, why is the game not telling me I'm low on int? But we don't ask those questions. Just okay, we're low on int. Okay, we fix them. In that case, let me just make sure there's nothing else. All right, so we can actually focus on res on everything. So Leviathan, Greaves. This is going to be Essence, Chaos res until T1, until Spectre, and then yeah. This gives me way more room on my rings to actually play around with. So Essence, mana regen. I need reservation coming from here. So I actually have the mana to spend on Spirit Offering. Those points have to come from somewhere else. And this is looking like it's the weakest link, if I'm being honest. It's looking like it's the weakest link, but we'll see. I'll try to hold on to it, but it's not looking good for it. It is not looking good for you, that's for sure. Because otherwise, I'd be dropping 2 points here, 2 points here. I mean, it's kind of fine. That'll be 4 points. That's enough for a level 100 character. All these points, I'm considering just dropping them. I really don't want to though. How much increased damage do we have? 374. It's not a lot. It's not a lot at all. Grafts are supposed to be a source of increased damage as well, so let's just add them real quick. Actually, no. Before we finish that, let's finish with our utility flask. Quartz is important. I actually don't need shield charge on this build. I just now realized. Which means I kind of have some space to play around. Which means I don't actually need the attack speed from here. And I also don't really need the armor EV. Armor EV would be nice if I can stack EV. So maybe EV should be my priority over armor. Instead of going for armor bases, I need to go for EV bases. Or hybrids. But I don't think I'm going to use the Spectre. I don't think I'm going to use the evade Spectres. $18K armor thus far, all things considered. I think the last guy here is going to be, we either go Jade or we go Granite. I think Jade should be the play. Gives us 18K evade, 18K armor. Now, is there any ascendancy here that I would care to use over these points? I guess let's see something. 18K, 18K. Yeah, I figured it'd be worse. Okay. Yeah, there's no bloodline that actually appeals to me. What else do we have? Grafts. We're going to be going for, I think, replicating, so we can get shock, increase the effect of non-damaging ailments, alongside graft blood gained. Is minion attack speed an option here? There's no way that's an option, right? Is it actually? Because if it is, then sure. Wait, isn't replicating graph the one that has increased minion damage? I feel like it is. It should be the one. Yeah, it is. That's why the damage comes is priority. Would that same bloodline you took from Katarina give you more defensive value? No. In my current case, it isn't more, because with Katarina, it's going to be what, 100% increased defense, or, and this is the alternative for me, I could just go this ascendancy, which is 3% more armor EV per fortification above 20, and I have 16 above 20, so it ends up being like, I don't know, like 72, something like that. Let me do the math. 16 times 3, 48% more armor EV. Yeah, 40% more armor EV, and it's multiplicative. This is additive. That is the difference. So this ends up giving me more EV armor than this. So Hydra and Turtle are currently the two side minions we have. I don't think there's anybody else we care for aside like Grey Spectre. Maybe Perfect Warlord, because Perfect Warlord will give them endurance charges, which would also help their survivability. So I guess the question is, which helps them more? Perfect Hydra, because I don't want to have more than 3. So which helps them more? Perfect Warlord endurance charge, which is less LE, less fizz, or Grace, which is just damage avoid, because they already have cap spell suppress. I'm giving them cap spell suppress from Defiance Banner, so that takes care of spells. Attacks, they mitigate a lot. Like, they have really high max hits, like really high. It's so weird seeing Syndicate operatives be that tanky with awakened minion damage. So without minion damage, they have 1.1 million fire max hit. Holy. And that's ignoring the 21k recovery per second. You know, I have half a mind to get a free aura out of a Spectre. Half a mind. Like, from if I use a Warlord, I can link Warlord to Guardian's Blessing, but the only problem is like that will eat a lot of his regen. But he already has a lot of regen base coming from his. He has a lot of mitigation coming from his other abilities. His Immortal Call, his Enduring Cry whenever he procs. It only lasts 1 second, so he doesn't actually regen for that long, but he gets endurance charges to reduce the damage even further. We have so much DR coming from actually no. Fortify wouldn't affect the dots from there. So this is the only source of DR he would get for PDR, the endurance, but he would have 100% uptime on it because it's him that's doing it. And then he has Immortal Call. His Immortal Call is 8 seconds and his Enduring Cry is 8 seconds. So does he instantly eat his endurance charges? That is a good question to ask too. And then of course he has Vitality. Vitality can help me go for a Watcher's Eye mod with potentially Vitality, right? Where's my Watcher's Eye? What Vitality mods are there that I could care about? Percent life regen. That is probably decent. Life recovery rate is probably even better. Game per hit is like the worst. All right, I mean, that is a very, very big argument for perfect Warlord. And he's aggressive enough to always apply Feeding Frenzy. So he'd be a very, very good source of Feeding Frenzy. I kind of want to see something though. Ray Spectre, Guardian's Blessing, bruh. We're just putting a random aura here. Let's say haste. Brother, what is this? What is this? And then Feeding Frenzy. You're not even calculating. Do I need to turn off this DPS? Is that the problem? Or I'll turn it off. Because you have no reason to be delaying that much. Jesus. Okay. Feeding Frenzy, Guardian's Blessing. Let's say Guardian Turtle. His regen after the dots is there. 20k. Now if my banner is not up, no reason for it not to be up, but let's see if it's not up. He's degenning, so I can't run this with the amount of I cannot run this with the amount of PDR I currently have and all of those stats. My minions use endurance charges. It becomes a net regen. He should be degenning, but he's slightly regenning when you take into account the endurance charges. But that is because of all the dread marches we have, all providing sources of PDR, and then all the renewals applying regen. And this is a level 20 Guardian's Blessing. If we were to go for a level 10, then this is way more recovery. So I think I'm going to do that for one of my specters, and I think it's going to be the Warlord because he has the best. He has insane survivability first and foremost. You know, aside having insane survivability, he has the ability to perma proc Feeding Frenzy very efficiently with his jumping around. This gives us access to one more aura. This is really nice. What am I cooking? I'm cooking the build that is what is the name of the thing? It That Crawls, basically. If I go Grace, my V chance shoots up. My minions would have EHP boosts. So without Grace, we're looking at. Without Grace, it's 1.4. With Grace, it's 1.8. But that's for the Warlord. If I go for this guy, which should be, we're looking at 1.6. 1.3. Anyways, I don't think I plan on using Grace. We're going to turn. Oh. 1.6. 1.3. Okay. Anyways, we are making a build for It That Crawls, the new Breach Spectres from the Grafts. and I am finally fleshing out my POB. I've already leveled up the character. I just hadn't actually fleshed out the POB into being something I wanted and could actually see the stats for and all of that. I also still need to drop points, so there's that. I think we just drop Fish's Bite, if I'm being honest. I think that is genuinely just the play. I don't think there's much of a choice here. Primordial Bond should go. Rotten Claws. Call to the Slaughter. So all the suffixes just end up being here. That means I need 3 mods if I'm going to push Renewal down here. I kind of don't want to lose life.
Hey, what do probes do in TLI? And you think that if you after you explain that, is there anything we can have like that in PoE?
Probes.
Because what if
Probes are, they increase the chance, they drop quantity of specific loot. So compasses, generic drop quants,
the div chisels and shit like
and they also add a small chance for a loot goblin for the thing to spawn as well.
At what point did they become something you actually want to invest in?
You can't use them until profound. You literally can't use them until profound.
But do you want to use them in profound?
If you have the damage, I don't see, like, if you have the damage and it's not one of the deep space ones, then yeah. Yeah, that they give less damage. I don't know if it's less damage taken or they directly reduce your damage, but it's one of them. I think it might be less damage taken.
What do you think about mechanics like that? I know in TLI, I don't know if I want to. Like, what do you think about mechanics like that in PoE? Actually, is what I want to ask.
Like DR. What they
like, yo, here's loot with DR. I feel like they're trying to accomplish that.
That's what they've been doing
scarabs
for.
Like the Abyss one and Legion Eternal Conflict. I mean, these are the 2 scarabs that when they buffed in quotes in the patch. But there's a couple of problems I have with that. First of all, we can't quantify that. We have no idea what buffed that means because even when we do it, we can't tell. I have killed Legion rares 7-10 times and they still drop 1C. What does it mean when you buff them? They drop 2? It almost feels like those monsters have such low base quant. I really struggle with, a buff like that. But like, I'm thinking of just like what systems could we have in place to improve the game's high-end mapping content without creating another back to basics scenario or another risk scenario.
Yeah.
I seem to be falling into that a lot.
The thing is, when it comes to the back to the basics scenario and whatnot, the problem is just the simple fact that you have different multipliers to your loot, and when enough of them come together, you get affliction. It's the same way damage numbers work. It's the same way loot numbers work. They just keep multiplying each other, and if there's a multiplier on the rare, and then there's a multiplier on the map, and then there's a multiplier on your atlas, and then there's a multiplier here, bada bing, bada bang, boom, too much loot. So how do you achieve situations where there is not the risk of those kind of multipliers getting out of hand while also creating a rewarding experience? So long as you maintain some level of variability in, I guess, the map running process, then to a degree these things are out of your control. You can, if you limit the amount of multipliers there are too much, then the average experience is going to be shite. But if you're too willy-nilly with them, then you get affliction. And then if you remove variability from it, so that it is, oh, you dropped this unique map, now you get to drop the loot, then that creates its own kind of worms as well. but at least that one you can control. But
I feel
then
like
because of the
they toned
variability,
down a lot of the high end of loot after Affliction, though. There were so many big changes to like conversions to monsters, to the way things drop, to changes to quant and parties, and now it's no more quant, it's rarity. Us losing quant entirely as a modifier and gear. I feel like they did a lot of that baseline post Affliction, and now I feel since then they've kept taking, and we just haven't gotten. I went back to the patch notes. One of the more notable buffs that we've had is loot now drops when it instead of in less singles when you get multiple. So now we see more like 2x scarab dropping at the same time. That wasn't the case 2 leagues ago, or sorry, 3 leagues ago.
yeah.
And so I see changes like that, but like there isn't that many changes that they document in major patch notes of them improving loot. We've just been losing and losing. And now depending on the league mechanic, sometimes it doesn't feel that way. Hence mercenaries or necropolis with the all flames. But when we lose those and the league mechanic doesn't
Replace
give us
them.
something rewarding, it's really we feel it. Right?
I mean,
So I'm kind of
there's they could always go the route of, oh, whenever they're releasing a league mechanic, they give it some effect that buffs that. They could go that route. They could go the route of this is the new baseline for loot, and then they're trying their best not to get expectations higher by, you know, releasing things that double that, you know, like by avoiding alpha afflictions. I think
it was problematic, but I just don't even know what would have to align for Affliction to happen again. I'm
it's
thinking
like
of All Flames as a really cool fundamental idea that loses every single bit of like power it could get because it's not possible. There's not enough All Flames in the game to feed the economy. Right?
do you mean like all flame, like from Betrayal?
Yeah. Like I started to think that was their way of creating diverse strategies, but as soon as we realized that this shit weren't dropping like scarabs, it's like, oh, okay, that's just not happening, right? Warlock is like, hey guys, this is how I made my first money, my first 1,000 divines week 1. I did all flames, yes, I did all flames. I've done it every league, and I look at that and I'm just like, of course, because no one else is, because till someone talks about it, they're low. But even him, he's like, I had to be careful how I did it, or because I didn't have enough for the market. Like, that's insane. That's one guy.
Yeah.
Obviously, some other people did it on the side too, but like, in a trade economy, what is the goal? I think All Flames could have been it, because they gave us they gave us back the Affliction strategies with All Flames. They give us meat sacks back. They give us a way that you can focus the loot that they drop. They give us a way they can be only gold. They give them a way they can be insane. They have big, insane currency drops. The more rares you kill on the map. But the problem with All Flames and the current state, according to people that play them,
Yeah.
like milking them, is there's not enough space in your map device for you to even use some of the just okay All Flames. Because you want to combine them with certain scarabs, but you can't.
Yeah.
There's just not enough space. So what I'm saying, TLDR, is I was reflecting on the changes. I feel like All Flames was them trying to give us back what we lost, but I feel like it was a bad implementation.
I'm inclined to agree, honestly. What do I think? Bad implementation, give us back what we lost. I don't know if they're trying to give us back what we want or just give us more new shit. They want, what I think they wanted with All Flames is they wanted us to have a whole bunch of different ways we can juice our map and give us variability, yes, but not necessarily give us the loot amounts we were getting before. And anything was more so diversity in how we approach our farming strategies. Are we going to go for 5 scarabs? Are we going to go for 4 scarabs, 1 All Flame? I think that's how they presented the whatchamacallit. That's how they presented it anyways. So I think that I think that was what their goal was, and I don't know at what point they'll be happy with loot, why more loot is problematic, and why for why more loot is problematic. My guess would be that when you have that much loot, gear drops lose value because there's so much currency that everything can be crafted, so things are worth less than they would if currency was scarcer. But at the same time, how bad is that really, and what are the cascading effects from that? Those are questions I personally cannot answer.
I just had a mob explode into a map explosion, and the maps were normal defiled 16.5 it defiled, normal defiled 16.5 defiled, normal defiled 16.5 defiled.
I don't think I've seen most map explosions anymore. Like I used to. Then I hit all the maps that were BOT 16s.
Yeah, he exploded into more than that. That's just the ones that were 16 plus.
Yeah. Which is a lot if you could drop that many 16.5s.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back and look into all the alt flames in the game, and maybe there's a world, maybe there's some underpowered ones. I'm thinking maybe there's underpowered ones that they're not really that underpowered. They're just underpowered compared to other things you could be doing with your time, but there's actually like some cool dopamine hits there.
It's possible.
Like, I wonder if I'm missing something. They're just like no one's making content on it, so it's nothing. I'll do that after this map. I'll just look up all the alt flames.
Not a bad idea. All right, what am I thinking about this POB right now? My thought process is I need more life. I 100% need more life. It is not even a question. How do we get more life? We don't have a lot on our tree, and we have a lot of investment into banners. We have a lot of DR coming from other sources, but we need our raw life pool to go up. Now, it doesn't help that we have these many uniques. It's not helping at all. It makes me think I should consider this guy or otherworldly appendages.
You know what league we got alt flames? I wanted to go back and check the patch notes to see if they put design goals.
Necro, I believe. 3.24. So we're at 3200, even with all the life from like these different sources. What is the solution I can see here? That which was taken wouldn't work, because that would be a lot of flat life, not increased. There's Foulborn, Red Dream, is it? Oh shit. This would actually be really good for me. It would make capping Chaos Res a lot easier, but this is the main attraction. And then we take this, and then we apply all the fire res we can in this vicinity. And honestly, maybe the goal would then be to go across here, pick up all of these, and then link via here so we can get more res. But as it stands, the only way to do that is by dropping this entire section. A problem I'm having is, without having an idea for how much damage I'm actually doing, I don't actually know if I can pull back on damage or not. I suspect I can. I see no reason why I wouldn't be able to. Let's do it. It's 8% chance to deal double damage, which means you go from 74% double damage chance to 66%, which means a 2 and 3 versus a 3 and 4 double damage hits. That 8% though, I really wanted to make it work, but like it's just being so problematic to get live at this point. But is that rework really worth just not going for like this? Probably not, actually. Actually, yeah, because this is also, this one here is also reduced cost of skills, so it's a very, very nice wheel to have. So how do I make this work? What is the thing I can drop to make it work?
Holy mother of God.
Lol.
Ethereal All Flames are 350 chaos?
Why are you surprised?
The gold one is 267. Draconic, when you were when you were leveling Syndicate, what was the drop rate on those, on the All Flames?
Oh, the ethereal, I dropped one. You're guaranteed to drop an all flame every safe house. The question is, which one would you drop?
Is there, is there anything on the tree that dupes them? Is there any way to increase the chance? It's just like a drop.
It drops in each safe house. Safe house isn't affected by your tree.
I have an idea.
What is your idea?
Giga pack size. Maps. It was like Flame Ember of Resplendence says substitutes monster packs in an area. Pack monsters do not drop items. Wait. So the packs don't drop items, the one that it's substituting? And then it says pack monsters grant increased item rarity when slain up to 400% decaying over time. And so in my head, I'm kind of confused. I'm like, okay, so is it substituting every monster in that area? You know what I mean?
No, I do not know what you mean.
Yeah, it's fine.
It is substituting monsters and giving you what exactly?
Increased rarity per pack slain.
Okay. So you kill those monsters, you get increased rarity, and you go kill other things.
Yeah, but it's saying the monsters it's substituting it for doesn't actually drop anything.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit confusing to me because
You can have less overall monsters that drop loot, but those monsters will drop higher rarity loot.
so then how do you boost that? It's like you want to make sure there's
You want pack
enough
size so you get more of those monsters that give you rarity, and also more of the ones that actually drop the loot.
Yes. I'll keep thinking about them. I feel like this is just something that might be fun to do, just to enjoy the sandbox.
Yeah.
No expectations. Oh, this motherfucker's not gonna die.
So this is the easiest way I can see to get 90% max res, as well as pick up life. But again, we're getting more and more into the where am I getting these points from territory. Now we're gonna have to figure that out soon. I guess we no longer need this, right? Yeah, we don't. Spirit offering needs help, but that's 3 points saved. Honestly, I think I just go melee splash. Actually, I went for the forbidden jewel and I have this. I don't know what the AoE is going to be like on this, but this should be good for clear. With Witchbane at least. Then so that should fully replace this guy. We're now up to 7 overcap. How are we going to deal with the 7 overcap? Realistically, it's dropping this, but I don't want to lose max life, because if I lose max life, then there's no point. I could drop Dread March, but then I lose the free aura. Speaking of free aura, what are we doing with this free aura? We can try to go Giga Vitality. I don't care much for ES. Let's go Purity of Elements. So that this guy can swap out to something else. So that's a 50% aura. Now we just have more unreserved aura or unreserved mana, so we can flex it. The easiest solution is Aspect of the Spider, which would give me more damage. But again, I think I have more than enough damage for anything I potentially need, but I don't fully know because I don't have that much increased damage. And because I don't have that much increased damage, I'm only left to speculate if I actually have enough damage. That reminds me, we should be going for Edgegraft. What other Edgegraft is there that makes sense? Which one is Storming Edgegraft? I guess I could do Draining Edgegraft. They will have minions that'll increase damage. I could also just go Ulgraft for life. Seeing as now I'm really looking for life, Ulgraft is probably not a bad idea. It's PDR, it's life. Let's create this one first, and then we'll figure out anything else. Wasn't there a source of cover in frost? There was. Let's use that graft. I think it was a tool graft. It wasn't the summoning. Like it was freezing. Cover enemies in frost on hits. Minions have increased life. Is technically more life for you. Yeah, let's do that. So now enemies are covered in frost, and our minion life just went to 357. Wait, 357? It is 357. 357 times 0.15. We have 53% increased life. So this goes to 53. 53, right? 53. Our life is looking respectable at least. It's no longer as low as it was. Why is my phase max hit so low? I have 6 endurance charges and 36% DR from fortification, as well as 4k life. So why are you so low? What am I missing? I also have... Oh, wait. Okay. I think I understand what's going on now. Perfect Warlord. This is Warlord, this is Turtle, and this is Hydra. I think that's what I was missing. I was missing Turtle. So my armor was lower than it had to be. So 19k is it starts, but with our current life regen, it is not great. So again, now how do we solve this? We can do something desperate like grand spectrums. I feel like there's an increased life. There's obviously minion crit multi, which is something I actually want to use. I should price check them though. There is life. This would be 45% increased life if I had to use it. So let's just say we did that. Grand. I mean, this is a waste spell. Let's see. We'd get to 5k life. Did my phase max it go down? Wait. I could have sworn it was just 19k. Am I bugging? Wasn't it just 19k? Excuse me? The fuck? One thing we need, I think the biggest reason why it's actually not as good as I want it to be is because we do not have any sources of phase taken as. That I think is the biggest offender for my current phase max hits. But that being said, I could have sworn it was on 19k. Oh well, I guess. What can I do about the remaining points I'm gonna need? You know what we need? We don't need cover in frost at this point. What we need is something that actually would giga carry our defenses as well. And that is going to be the Zoffgraft, the one I like, where you are molten Zoffgraft. And we need you to have 100% uptime. So the only thing that I require of you is a mastery. Warp. Get warp, and then cooldown reduction, cooldown recovery rate, skill effect duration. Alongside max fire res. Actually, no, that graph to be too expensive. Alongside increased armor, I guess. Or Warcry CDR.
I was reflecting on it, and I didn't think I would really enjoy Apothecary Farm
Okay.
because like it's a lot of nothing for a long time. Like it's a pack size juicing strat, so you will get stuff for the cost of the scarabs, which are now 10x because MP and Fub just ran them. So GG on that.
07.
I don't think it would be worth it.
Yeah.
But also, I realized the gameplay flow of that is not the most engaging, right? I'm enjoying Scarab right now because I'm getting Scarabs. But I actually went back when I was at work and I watched Milky's VODs when he was playing during the league to see. It's a lot of burning maps till you hit big, right? And I don't think that might be the most fun to me. I think it will be, but I don't think it is. Like someone came into his chat like, "Hey, I'm doing your strat. I'm like 25 maps in," and Mickey's like, "I don't want to be a dick, but even just the 7 years bad luck that drops from the same map is still a 1 in 27 on average, which means if you're 25 maps in and you're crying, look at the map timer, bro. And he has 400 maps done and he's gotten 4 about the guys. It's like, it's like you're not even unlucky yet." And so I thought about that and I was like, would it actually be fun to hitch my head on a wall and not see anything for a while? Just barely break even those maps?
If you break even.
If you break even. I mean, at that time, Milky was breaking even, but at that time, no one else was doing that. Now
Yeah.
it's pretty much over.
I mean,
I was just thinking about that.
I personally don't think strats like that are for me, which is why I don't like going dry. I don't like spending time playing the game and not seeing progress from my time in the form of like wealthy exile going up or whatever else. I don't like that. Like, oh, you just got unlucky, so now you just not be progress for the past like 2 hours of gameplay, 5 hours of gameplay, you still no progress. Okay, but 7 hours in, finally we've made progress. Like, I don't find that appealing, but that is me.
Part of me wants to find that appealing. I wonder what about that gameplay loop could be fun.
The big ticket item drop.
Well, that for sure, right? I'm just curious, like, what? I guess I'm just asking
that's
myself,
it.
like, what do I need to enjoy that, right?
You probably just need to not care about currency. And at that point, why are you playing the game? It's like, if you don't care about currency, good luck motivating yourself to keep going through all the dry maps. Because at least for me, I notice whenever I have strats where I go into a map and I don't come out with anything, very notable when I'm doing settlers, I'm not having fun. I might like the mechanic at its core, but I'm not having fun. Just because I'm not seeing anything drop, there's no... It becomes... the experience of running that map becomes very monotonous. Every single, let's say, box I click, or every single node I click, or whatever else you want to... it is. Every single time I click it, there's no difference from the last time. I'm not dropping anything different. It's still just nothing until it's something. And that's assuming it's big ticket. For like settlers, it was just you're getting the thing. It's just you're not seeing, you're not picking it up. And I personally find it boring.
Yeah, which is totally fair.
Graft, cooldown, grafts, skill, duration.
What are your favorite strats in the game?
30. My favorite strats?
Yeah, what do you like Dan? Like, what do you think speaks to you to make a strat fun for you?
It needs to have consistent drops. And after a session, I want to feel like I've made progress. My farming is...
So harvest.
Yes, my farming, harvest. I find harvest boring. The reason I find harvest boring, without crop rotation, I should be specific. I find harvest without crop rotation boring because it, again, becomes very monotonous. I just go in, I'm not thinking, I just click the thing, and I go next. But with crop rotation, I get that I just drop. I get the drop straight into the harvest and plan. I like that.
Do you think you'll do it this league?
Crop rotation. Depends on the prices of awakening. If it's profitable, then I would probably consider it, because I mean, how many different strats do I have to actually farm? Crop rotation never works for me. I swear. I love crop rotation. I mean,
It's all
sometimes
about sample size.
I choose a different color and try to end on yellow. Prisha was every crop rotator's dream, just because of how likely it was that he wouldn't wilt. And I think I feel like there should be a skill up that does that, and it's not awakening, because awakening is, I mean, awakening
does that.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Because I would love to use awakening in other things, and that's just not possible.
Mm-hmm.
It has one use only.
Because harvest is the most profitable among all the things it can do. But I have never got a T4 planting. Would you using crop rotation? I feel like I've gotten quite a few. That's either unlucky, or I mean, it's probably just unlucky because it probably is just a case of your wilting hasn't really helped you get that T4. But then again, did you do it in Frisia? Because if you did it in Frisia, then you have no excuse. Did you try harvest in Frisia with like 96% chance to no wilt or something like that? Something crazy like it was like a 2% chance that it wilted, if I remember correctly. What am I here for? I'm here to see Molten Zofgraph and do some quick calculations to see if I can get the numbers as for what I need for 100% uptime. So 20 seconds CDR and 20 seconds CDR duration is 8 seconds, right? 9.4 seconds. Okay. Just to confirm, let me go to my locker and see. .4 seconds, not 9.4 seconds. Where did they get 9.4 then? 8.4 seconds. I guess 9.4 it might be, I don't know. Maybe it's level, oh, that's level 40, never mind. Why does it cap at level 40? You didn't play endgame for Frisia? 07. Frisia was definitely a one-of-a-kind experience when it comes to farming strategies, because you could just, because of the juice that you could get with the Frisia mods, you could get 96% chance to no wilt on harvest. You could get Giga CDR for your Harbinger, so it's actually quick. You could get almost guaranteed fully revealed blueprints for
200% map mod effect for T17s.
Like you could pick one strat and just run with it. So
basically taking strats farther than you could ever go. They would never go that way in a normal game.
Yeah. So it was definitely an experience, that's for sure.
That was a price to pay.
Yeah, no, that was
sanity.
But here's the thing, you didn't miss out on too much, in the sense of to actually engage with all those strats, you needed to enter Recom jail to get your idols. And if we had imagine Frisia with Faustus, with merchant tabs. It would be so much better.
Frisia with merchant tabs would like reintroduce would be fucking insane.
It would be so insane. Because like that was the biggest thing. It was just, I mean, but don't get me wrong, those expensive those expensive strats, those rogue exiles. Oh my god. Try getting it with merchant tabs. No, I'm just saying, like, try getting it with merchant tabs. You're not getting it. Like literally you are not getting it. Period.
She was paying.
You tried a Harbinger Ascendancy and failed. You know, when I saw Harbinger Ascendancy, I couldn't even think about what I would want to do on it. I mean, granted, it wasn't anything minion related.
But doing with it, I think, because I got Giga CDR.
Yeah, it was Giga CDR, I think. You would pick your Harbinger buff, and what were you trying to do with Harbinger? So we have 8.4-second duration. Let's say we get CDR in the tune of, let's start with a max rate is 35. All right, let's do 35%. Let's do 32%. That puts you at 15.15 seconds. Then 8.4 times 1 point. Skill effect duration also caps out at 35, right? Yes. So we just say 32 again. 11.0 seconds. But then we divide this by 0.7. I think it's how that works. 15 point. So 100% uptime at 32. What about 31? This is something I could easily just make a chart, a spreadsheet for, and have it and use that to find it. But let's try 30. I think 20 divided by 1.30, is it 15.38, which is 0.15 seconds longer, which is fine. But then we have 8.4 times 1.3, 10.92 divided by 0.7, 15.6. So you can honestly still get by with 30 and you still have 100% uptime, it looks like. So at what point does it fall below would be the question, because it's definitely not min roll. Let's try 25. 20 divided by 1.25, 16 seconds. It's not going to be 100% uptime here. There's just no universe. None of these have gotten up to 16. So at 25% CDR, it's not up to. I think the most we've gotten at 1.3 skill effect duration has been 15.6, 15.84. So this is not happening. So let's do 20 divided by 1.28. This is pushing it. So like 1.29, 1.3 is probably the ideal scenario. And then we can maybe juice the cooldown, the duration a bit less. So let's say we have 1.3 CDR, because I think the CDR is the most important part here, is what this means. 1.32, which is 15.15, and then we go down to duration, which is 8.4 times 1.25 divided by 0.7, 15. So it's slightly off at 25. So that means I can go for like a 27 duration. And let me just confirm again. 8.4 times 1.27 divided by 0.7. There's the overlap. So at this, but this is this is 3.2, right? What was 2.8? 2.8 was 15.6, so it's not up. 2.8 is too low. 3.2 is too high. What about 3.0? Slightly off, but it's literally only 10 milliseconds off. So ideally, I think I get 31 here. And this is likely 100% uptime on what I need. Likely. Brother, what? Holy. So now we have this. The goal is to find something with like another mod I care about. So we don't care about strength on this setup, but we do care about max firers. Let's see if we can get this with max firers. I know it's going to be expensive. Let's see how expensive we're looking at. Doesn't exist. Is it a max firers that doesn't exist? Okay, it does, the combo doesn't exist, period. So that means I should be going for increased armor. Like this. 30, 32 is more than enough. A lot of increased armor as well. Sure.
I'd consider that a win.
Oh, you went specters? It was a miserable time. Knowing what I know now, I should have gone wild stalker and gone animate weapon build of some kind. Which one was wild stalker again? Is it the aspect of the wild? Is it wild speaker? The one that had aspect of the avian, I think. The pathfinder. All right, so we're looking at 32, 27 would be like the ideal range for it being cheap. So let's just reduce this. 32, 27. And then increased armor. Now my fizz max hit is not the most worrisome, simply because when I get enough Warcry CDR, which I think at this point we're down to 1.4. $1.287. Oh, there's regen. Oh, there's regen. Sure. Huh. I was going to go for increased armor, but there's regen. And we all know how I feel about regen. But I think realistically, if I have then let's go flesh and stone. Sandstones. And this is all ignoring the molten Zofcraft that we now have that's 100% uptime. Okay. I think as it is here, defensively it's fine. Now we need to worry about our points. Now let's worry about the points. The points we've not been worrying about so far, we need to worry about it now. So, yeah. I can potentially drop this guy. Actually, there's no reason to drop this one. I can just drop this one. But anyways, I can drop one of them if I do this. Jewel, Cobalt, Max Fire Res, increase life, minions increase damage. I just need one of them. Therefore, the remaining two, that caps me on this. Yeah, we can't have both. And I'll rely on spell suppress for spells. It's fine. Wild Speaker was the one I had in mind, right? What do you mean, bruh? Pretty sure this is the Headhunter node. Minions will increase damage per dexterity. Headhunter, yeah, it's one I had in mind. This is the aspect of the avian one. Your best bet would probably have just the easiest minion builds to make were Puppeteer and Shadow. Those two were the easiest to make, I think, during Frisia. Ghastly Eye Joe with flat damage is not efficient, so it is going to go flat life. We can't get minion life here, but we need to get something. 20 life per second is not stable. Well, we can go for T1 armor. And then here, we can go for life, which would end up being my life again, which is always nice to have. Or we can go for regen. We can go for regen and... let's have one leech jewel. That increases our phys max hit some more because more flat armor, more life, everything. And then we copy the same one, but instead of leech, we go... honestly, why not leech? Give them even more leech. Actually, no. I know why. Because I want life. So these are defensive ghastly eye jewels again. Just to help me survive even more. This brings... so let's figure out where we're going to get points from. I've been saying this for so long. I don't know where I'm getting points from. The easiest place to get points from is to just drop this entire region. But dropping this means dropping max res, which is unideal, but it's doable. It means... drop in flat life and increase life, which is, of course, I need all the flat life I can get because my gear doesn't actually have much in the way of flat life. So I need all the flat life I can get. So being able to pick this and this, I would have loved to be able to pick this, but it's not part of the circle, sadly. But dropping this one would probably be worth it. Like if I just yoinked, and now I only have 1 point above. But again, now we have 66, it should be, chance to deal double damage. Where is it? Yeah, 66% chance to do double damage. Do we at least steal regen from this guy? Yeah, we regen if we count this one. Without this one, it's still a slight net regen, I guess. So that's kind of fine. All right. Now we're just in the points. A point is probably on the easier side to figure out where to get. What is that point going to be? Is there a master we don't need anywhere? I think this. Oh, let's also take this off because now we're going molten. All right. I think this is fair. There are a few things I still don't like. Number one, I'm not a big fan of how many points I absolutely needed to get. Number two, I'm not a fan of how much in the way of renewal / dread march we need for this guy to be net positive. So I think to be safe while leveling up, we're going to use a lower tier purity of element or lower tier guardian's blessing, just so even if we're missing a cluster, let's say, let's turn off this cluster. Even if we're missing that cluster and banners are not on, degening. Okay, so it has to be like a 1. Okay, so it might be a case of you don't level it up until you have a good amount of levels. Do I plan on getting to a level 100 on this character? Probably not. So we'll have to figure out what we're going to do about it. Fortify obviously doesn't affect it obviously doesn't affect the dots, which is unfortunate but expected. But this would be a very efficient point for what I want. How much attack cast speed do we actually have? 51% increased. Yeah, we kind of need all the attack cast speed we can get at this point. So we have to use an essence modifier. I don't think I'd be using movement speed. So let's do not minions, not movement speed. Let's do mana regen again. Miseries. Mana regen until attack cast speed, reforge chaos. Profits. What if light of meaning? What if I did this? Like it's fine, but it's not a lot of life as expected, so that's fine. All right, we have 123 by 123. This is up to 350, which means what is 350 by 15%? 52.5. Did we lose something? What did we lose in duel minion life? How did we lose minion life? Zero idea how we lost minion life. I would like to get minion life on one of these two, but I guess it's fine. Avoid stun, early res, armor, evasion. And then spell suppress to handle spells. We still have Banner Man for the linger. We still have this for the aura effect. Not having this AoE, I almost feel like I'm going to notice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go increase AoE. That way I shouldn't notice it. Did I actually clear this map? Oh, I did. Where are my banners here? Oh, I don't.
Take a short break.
Aye. Also, part of the reason why I'm struggling on life is because of this guy. If I were to undo this, you will notice that all the strength I would have had would have been a lot of life. But that's fine. I don't mind it so much. We're not done with skills though. We actually aren't done with things here. We need to figure out everything else. We've kind of figured out what we want to do with our reservation. Clarity, but make it like level 3. Now that's Giga regen. We don't have to worry about anything. It makes me think, should I actually be going for... What if the way I did this was instead of going for mana regen, because this is way too much mana regen, I think. Instead of going for mana regen, nah, it's fine. Alternatives would have been like minion move speed, but I don't care about minion move speed. And there is no suffix alternative, so it would just be a case of bound fossil spam until live. But I also just don't have very mixed feelings about relying on my banners for res. Like I currently do, I don't want to. Res. Hold on lightning. Then this one has chaos. Move this to lightning. And now everybody's capped. Okay. I'm actually fine with this. I'm actually very fine with this. All my reses are capped regardless of anything else. And now I can slap on my extra res and, you know, profits. It'd be nice to get the mastery for regen life, but like it is what it is. Like I can't fit it. I think it's okay that I can't fit it. What else do I need to do though? Now we figured out res, we figured out points. I feel like there's something else to figure out. I think we have enough damage, that's for sure. That being said, I would like more increased damage, but yeah, I would like more increased. But I can't promise I get increased anywhere else. Realistically, at least. So that is the one thing I kind of wish I could get. But there is no easy source. Like this was, you know, a fair chunk of increase by itself alongside this one. I guess there is this one point. If I so choose, I can drop here or there. That being said, I have 127k early max hits. That's a lot. My early max hit is insanely high. My chaos max hit is doing pretty decently. I would like to get the 15% increased damage here. Let's see. All right, that's fair. This one just doesn't have what I would like. So shield is full. Weapon is not full yet. Helmet is also not full. I guess I could go and lighten. And lighten 3 is enough to make my mana way better, even without those points. So I just saved 3 points, honestly, that I didn't necessarily need. I'm going to save the POB here because this is fine. A level 97 POB, I can use this. It just means I don't need every single thing with the current settings, which is nice. That is very nice. I guess I just want increased minion damage or what I have left. So that's 1, that's 2, and that is 3. So now I have excess points that can actually go into areas that they had no business going before. At 27k phase max it, I can honestly even consider dropping molten for freezing. They're all options, but I personally would take the molten. But the 20% increased cold damage taken, very big. But I would take the shock, the 20% shock, or 21 over that, simply because the shock also comes with increased minion damage, and it's much cheaper. All right, this puts us at 432% increased minion damage, which is fair, completely fair. Attack speed could use work. I really want them to have way quicker attacks, but alas, this is what we have. Like, where else would I get attack speed from? Haste aura, I guess, could be something we do, but I'm not about to start tweaking on reserve mana again. Like, I've gone through that battle. I'm fine. I'm good. Once is enough. I have an idea. Dark Monarch. Actually, let's just go for the Spectre variant. Implicit. $75 divines. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, that's not happening. Anyways, that is my helmets. These I think will go in boots. The boots are actually full. Frost blink. Convocation. Frostbites. Sockets are full now. Gloves are full, helmets are full, weapon, boots. Yeah, so skills are done. Gear is all filled out, ready to go. Tree is all filled out, ready to go. All right, we're done. That was a stressful POB. Trying to figure out the live situation, especially, that was not the most fun. the life situation, the point situation, all that's not fun. And realistically, I still really want this 8% chance to do double damage. Like I want it more so than I probably should, but I really want it. Anyways, to be fair, we can also just F and F like determine survivor. If we really wanted if we wanted some extra defensives, we could F and F this. To just gain 50% regular block, because that's a lot of EHP. It's a lot of, you know, it's block. Or we could also go for a lucky block, but then if we go for lucky block, that's an entire different kind of worms, because then we can go for Tempest Shield, and we'd 100% go for Restore Combatant, and then instead of going for Dread Banner, we'd be going for, instead of going for Defiance, we're going for Dread Banner, because Dread Banner is free block. Pretty much. We could do this in theory. 65 Dread Banner it up if we so choose, but I'd much rather have the movement speed. I don't care what anybody says, the movement speed is nice. I like movement speed. Anyways, turn this off too. This is how we're going to be mapping, and then bossing will have this on, so I will leave it like this. These are the 3 priorities in terms of banners. For bossing content, like if you want to actually boss against, like, I don't know, Ubers, you probably want to go increase AoE. You probably want to swap out a point for this, then it's replace AoE with Dread Banner, and then put this on the boss. Like you're going to put it in order: Defiance for spell suppress, then War Banner for damage, and then Dread Banner for block. Would be how I'd approach it. At a CDR of something else to consider, at a CDR of 4 point, where is CDR? 1.2 seconds, so 1.3 essentially. How long does it take me to get to 10 whatever? I guess each proc is how much valor. That is going to be the first question. 10 valor, but it's 10 valor because I don't have, what points don't I have? I have this, which is all the increased valor gained and max valor. What about you? Same difference. You, I'm going to be dropping you anyways. I think that's all, to be honest. So where's all the banner gain, valor gained? 20%. I have this. I have this. That's it. So that means it's 10 valor. So it takes 10, a bit over. It takes like 12 seconds to fill this up. That isn't good. So we're going to need to make slight tweaks now. Enlighten 4. What is the optional thing in here? Frost Blink is non-negotiable. I think none of these are negotiable. Speaking of, how tanky would my Spectre end up being? Holy shit. These are syndicate operative numbers. Anyways, minions have plus 45% to all elemental resistances. You good, it works. That's what bone melt gives. So these guys are way overcapped. When they're, if we take away both banners, they should still be overcapped. Jeez, that's a lot of overcap. Okay. Okay. And then they have spell suppress, all of that good stuff. And then they're also going to gain 100% more phase damage from this in the form of like 66% more or something like that. I'm going to switch to Crush Claw. I'm going to add Crush Claw in here simply because I'd like to see all the multipliers they have going with for them. Warbanner gives 80% more melee damage. Holy, that's actually a lot. So 177% more with 400% increased. Look, it's alright, I guess. Now for leveling with these minions, I'm going to have to do some things. A, I'm going to have to get a mage belt. B, I'm going to have to refund all of these so I can actually get closer to my tree, get my passives. Speaking of passives, let me get those cluster jewels. Let's try 8. Tell me there's no T1. One.
Could do worse, Exile.
2. Oh shit, lightning res. I'll take it though. I will take it. All right. So this is the most amount of life I could fit. However, I think it's enough. Those are the large clusters. Now for the mediums, we have take out this, take out, make this 4, or I guess 5 is fine as well. Take this out and added Dread March. What suffixes did I go for here? I didn't choose. What suffixes would I ideally want for it? Life regen for myself, or minion life regen, or res. If I choose life regen, it adds a bit more life regen, which is always nice. Gets it to 1,000 is always very comfy. I like being at 1,000 plus. Speaking of 1,000 plus, I think I should drop this for a rational doctrine. I just remembered. Have a rational doctrine so you can be on. This doesn't matter. Where's Conk Ground? 1250. It's less max hit, but way more, significantly more regen. That also kind of opens up the possibility of using this. And I guess the Physics Extra Chaos would be nice. The increased crit curse effect, they would all be nice. Malediction as well. But I don't want to lose my regen. I really don't. I really don't want to lose my regen, so. It is what it is. You know, if I had my Foulborn Unnatural Instincts, this would be such an insane spot for it though. I would get increased armor, increased life, endurance charge, increased life, max fire res. No one cares about that. No one cares about this. No one cares about that. I might get reduced cost of attacks, but no one cares about that. It doesn't, I don't think it gets up to awe and terror though. Realistically, it doesn't. Yeah, I think it's a brown circle, and for the brown circle, I feel like it doesn't even get here. But yeah, I'd get 1, 2, 3, which are for no points at all, which is pretty efficient. Here, I would get 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also pretty efficient. And here will probably be the worst because I only get 1, 2. But I would get double damage, you know, on this technically. So there is that. But then I lose this, which I'm not going to, and this, and this. So no, I will not in fact be doing that. Anyways, what did I come to POB for? I feel like there was a change I wanted to make. Oh yeah, I wanted to see suffixes. I wanted to see how, just by how much regen on medium clusters would affect me, to see if I should go for it. Realistically, minion life regen should be even more important, because with it we can then do something like this. We still have, what do you mean you have net mana recovery? Anyways, you have this with a level 1 level 10 3k, level 20 1.4k. So if you get minion life regen, you don't need this. Added regen. Is it anybody that has all of them? There's the one which has 0.1 and 0.2. Or passive 1d 7 hours ago, sure. And then if I had to choose, I'd pick my minions regen over mine. Res is not bad, but this is T2. I think my chaos res is so close to being not capped that I think I'm leaning towards Chaos Res. But then again, since I have so much in the way of lightning res, from these two, I'm going to have 4, 8, 12 plus 9, 21% lightning res coming from there. And I do believe we are already capped on lightning res aside banners. So we can probably, I said what's 20 watts, 21. So we can probably drop a lightning res somewhere like here, and that would compensate. So we actually have more sources of chaos res available, or that we can use, so we don't have to be desperate for chaos res. That said, I still think I would prefer to go chaos res than not, even if it's 1 point, because it is 1 point.
Could do worse, Exile.
Oh, I see. I was about to say, why do my minions not have fortification? It's because it says they count as having fortification equal to yours, not that they have your fortification. So it effectively just means that they have the less damage taken, but they don't have actual like 20 something fortification. 26. And that is how you should always treat resummoning your minions. I was this close to popping it. If I didn't just stop, wait a minute, look at your gear, look at your links. Should you be worried about anything? And then I was like, ah, yes, yes. That criminal right there. Hiding in the background. Okay, so we still need to get a few things. But I think all I need to do right now is I need to get to a point where I have my minions base defenses in order. How do I get to that point? I need a bone meld first and foremost before anything else. A bone meld is important. And of course a mage blood for my own uses. Do I want to take this bone meld? No, it has discipline effect. I want regen. Two levels, 4 defenses. I don't care about the attributes. I guess one thing I could also consider is, well, are there any good corrupts for this build outside regen? I think regen is my ideal, so I am going to stick to regen, but I just want to see if there's anything I should consider. The answer is no. There's nothing I should consider. Oh, we have a beta bind point in here. Should have just gone with that one. Okay, so I think that is all I need to do here in thinning this out. We save. Either way, it works. Wait a second. Oh my god, wait, hold up. My life might actually not be as high as I think it is. The beta bind point mod says race specters have increased max life. I don't think that 91% affects me. So I guess the reality of the situation is it's 347 minus 99 divided by or times 0.15. So that is 37, Sag. So this is actually how much life I'll have, because I don't think the shield should work. Like, it could, but the odds of that happening are too slim. Too slim. Anyways, we've started our cluster. Wait, have we started our cluster jewels? This is where we're going to get a different bone meld. I think was what we settled on. What bone meld are we getting though? I'm not looking for corrupted, please, and thank you. $18 all attributes. Stand by, please.
Oh, it seems every dog has his day.
I'm actually not done with my medium clusters. I think I still need 2 more. Renewal to Dread March.
Could do worse, Exile.
I'm not spending a divine, thank you. Knowing there's other options. This is literally just a reforge life spam until Dread March and Renewal. Realistically, you want to try reforging life and seeing how often I get it. I wonder, just to see what the, I guess, drop rate is, or what the odds are. All right, you're not ready to sell is what that means.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Okay. I'm going to need a large thread of hope. Search. Massive ring. Minus 10.
Oh, it seems every...
All right, that is the thread of hope. Who else do we have? Impossible escape. notable. Unwavering stance. Please don't be fucking expensive. I know there's a max res node there, but please. Oh, this is the point when boss is like, not bad. Not bad at all.
It seems every dog has his day.
Okay, cool. That fastest imitation. I mean, is it wrong? 20 something chaos for what I need? Thank you very much. I'll take it. I'm not done. Oh, the amount of times I've heard that voice line as well. All right, what else do we need to get? We've gotten everything that is... Oh, we have to get Meldon. I forgot. That one will be expensive. Actually, is this a Meldon League? Like it's not a Meldon League. Like not so many people use it. And I would be right. It's not a Meldon League. This is a minus 72 for 50. Sure. Yoink.
Oh, wish I'd kept that one.
And then what do we have left? Oh god, you're not priority. So I'm just going to ignore you for now and hope you disappear. You're not priority. We should price check it though. We should price check. Rational doctrine. You are honestly way better than I thought. What the fuck? Hold up. Hmm. 7D for irrational doctrine. All right, say less, say less. We'll be back. Priority goes to... What are my priority modes on my watcher's eye? EDR, Chaos Res. Chaos Res is priority. Is reduction, determ. What do we have here? 66, about the same price. Is there anything that has vitality by chance? Any of the vitality modes would probably be decent on me. Clarity could honestly not be, could honestly be pretty decent as well, so I should look at it as well. Clarity, vitality, purity of fire. I don't care about flammability or curses. Damage shaking recouped as mana. It's not bad. Discipline, anger, haste, hatred, wrath. All these people that listed like these combo for 15D, do they plan on selling it today? Like it's not even like 3 mods, it's literally just 2. I don't care about this one. That would have been good, but I don't care about that one. Who casts zealotry? This. I'm pretty sure I know who casts Zealotry. Well, let's, yeah. If I were to get this one, this would be a support spec to actually go for. Because the crit multi would come in useful. And then the Zealotry would trigger this, which is, of course, just nice to have, but I'm not interested in that. Armor PDR while I think about D term, not bad. Polarity. All max res. -10 to mana costs could honestly be really big. I didn't know this mod existed. -10 to mana cost. Holy. Duly noted. I have acknowledged you exist now. All right, so basically nothing I care about, so it is going to take the cheapest, is what that means. Absolutely nothing I care about here. Which one has the highest increased life? I guess I could start there. This guy. Is this guy with the 6%? The one I went for is 5%. An extra div for an extra percent. This is a 7. This is a 5. Oh, no. We don't do that. I'm just not realizing. Oh, no. Oh, wait, there's a roll range on this guy? Oh, fuck, no. 46 and 5. Let's find a decent pair, shall we? 6 and 46. 7 and 39. I think 7 and 39 is fine. I was kind of budgeting for 40%. What if I went for the 6 and I just divined it myself? It's so bad that what it has nowhere to go but up.
It's a gilded wonder.
Literally nowhere else to go but up. Bruh. The fact that PDR didn't even move. Oh, would you look at that? Now the increased life is ass, but it can't be too picky. Can't be too picky. 7 and 45. I'll take it. Now that we have that, we basically have everything, right? Which Bane? That's the last guy. And it's actually very important I get Witch Bane because otherwise my clear speed is going to be terrible without the explode. So let's get a Witch Bane, shall we? Curse. Explode. Lol. Good luck. 5D for a 12% chance. I would like a 15 if possible. Or at least as high as possible. So these really just dropped all the way to 5DA. The highest I've seen so far is a 12%. So let's see. 13? Question mark? $14 for 7. And 15 for 11. So that means if I get one for 5D, I technically have six divines to get 15. And honestly, I don't know if I should go for a double Farborn Witchbane, but I would like a 15%. Let's just maximize the chance. And of course, we need a flask. We need a flask. Let's not forget the flask. Oh, wait. I just remembered something, and it's quite important, actually. I suspect one of these suffixes just has to go. Maybe it doesn't, actually. I need CB immunity and I need bleed immunity. So I either get rid of all the increased effects of armor from the flask, or I get rid of like 10 strength nodes, which are all increased armor, which is also 60% increased armor. So like either way, we're losing armor. I guess not either way. We could lose evasion instead. All right, I think we lose evasion, so we can get bleed immunity. I think that's the goal. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. It is what it is. 10k evasion we'll just have to do. I guess there is a universe. There is a universe where we go for Grace Spectre, which is Thunder Bird, I think. But if I go Thunder Bird, what am I dropping? Probably be a Warlord, which is not great because then my minions would lose endurance charges, so no. Yeah, this should be fine. We'll just go for Jade. So this is 27k armor. 27k armor and 10k evade. $22k armor. So this is way worse in the armor department, but better in the evade department. All right, let's respect our wait before we respect any trees. There's a few things we need. First and foremost, we also need to check the price. We need to check the price of beta buying points, because odds are I'm going to use the same beta buying points. There's no reason not to. Yeah, I'm just going to divine this. Pretty sure we can divine it. Pretty sure I can divine it. And revealed mod is safe. So we're going to divine this so race specters have a bit more health. Literally any value is fine. Don't do anything funny. There.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
There's a 50-cent wooden skin in Deadlock.
50 cents?
Yeah.
Holy.
You think with him, he'll say, "Thank for the assist, G." When he's like saying retreat, he's like, "I'm out, motherfucker."
Really?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the skins do have voice lines. Like, there's a Spider-Man skin for Lash.
Oh, you mean custom skins?
Yeah.
Oh, had me in the first half. What does my shield have again? Triple red, I think. The banners and then one blue. I mean, realistic, let's just Omen of Blanche in it.
I should raise my fees.
3 of them.
I'll put the word out.
Okay. All right. So that's kind of takes care of this. Then War Banner, Defiance Banner, War Banner,
Hail God's
AoE, AoE, AoE. This is Conk Effect. There we go. Remove this. We have one more Spectre spots. But we're going to be using this until we can actually use a bone melt, and we can use a bone melt for a bit. Do we not have access to Convocation CDR? No, we don't. Okay. Something to consider, or at least we could also consider if we have the spots. Enhance would also be good for it. Enhance would be good for this setup, to be honest, because it's more CDR on auto exertion. You'll have at half value. Then Convocation will have CDR and skill effect duration as well. So I'd have to basically drop this entire area. And I can't get some of the things I need. So what am I going to do? As it stands right now, my minions are too squishy. Without a bone meld, they're not capped on res, and I need a ring to give them. I need my gloam ring and my bone ring. I need to recraft those two, and I also need to get an aggressive one. So there's a lot we need to do, like a lot. Do I feel like doing it all today? No. So what we're going to do instead is, what are we going to do instead, actually? Let me think about it for a second. We don't need shield charge. We need to get a Dark Monarch to replace our helmets. I would like to honestly just once and done do the big, you know, the big respec, the big swap, everything. But like, the problem with the big swap is level requirements. Out of everything here, my boots are the only thing we craft. Boots and rings, ironically, right? Speaking of, I should probably look at gloves. But anyways, and this is level 84. This is level, I mean, this should be fine, but this is level 84. I need to figure that out. And it's on an armor base. I can put it on any base I want, so, or I probably should just use an armor base. I probably don't care about movement speed, but I probably also do, because I wouldn't want to be running around my hideout with no movement speed on my boots. So there's that. I already skipped out on Quicksilver on my flasks. I kind of don't want to skip out on anything else. That's movement speed. So we'll settle for crafted movement speed, because it's very, very straightforward. And yeah, once we get to level 84, we can actually get this. But I guess we could also just, if we craft our rings and we get an aggressive wand to craft, how much are aggressive wands going for? Did I buy one of these jewels? I didn't. Before I switch pages, let's buy one of the jewels. We'll settle for a 13% chance to explode. It's fine. And we also need to buy the flask.
Oh, it seems every...
All right. Before we go for the flask, let's just go fractured aggro wand. See how much it's going for. $24 divines for a convoking wand. Can I get a convening? Y'all are just not fracturing on convening ones, eh? How much are fracturing orbs? They've gone down in price. They're now 2.8. How much are non-fractured bases? Do I have it here? I do not. Should be as easy as just doing this, but this. And then doing this. $40. Or 1 in 4. All right, we'll just buy the aggro wand. We'll just buy the fractured one, and then we'll craft that one. I guess we'll settle for a convoking wand, since that's what everybody seems to like. I think we should craft it before we end stream. I'm not opposed to that. I also think faster attacks might honestly be a very good support for my current minions because of how little attack speed I'm giving them on the actual tree. I think it will end up being a very big damage multi. But I guess there's always multi-strike, which is just more melee attack speed, right? What about if we went Crush Claw? What specters do I think have similar attack rates to? I doubt Perma Crush Claws do, but let me check. What is the attack rates?
But the melee ones that do flicker.
What'd you say?
The melee ones that do flicker.
You think they have the same? They should have similar attack rates?
I'm just asking. What about them? Do you think they might?
The melee ones that do flicker, you mean the lightning ones?
Yeah, because they're fist to lightning, right?
Oh, yeah, but what are you asking me?
Attack rates.
The attack rates, they're much slower than the it that crawls. They take 1.695 seconds to attack versus it that crawls 1 second. Well,
Okay.
it that crawls is slower than syndicate operatives. Who attacks quick? There's no way they're as quick as grotesque Maws. But we'll just pull up grotesque Maw just in case. Wait, what? There is no way, right? Unless I'm thinking of the wrong. I think this is what I have in mind. Why does grotesque Maw have 1.5 seconds for attack rate? I feel like that's wrong. I feel like that's very wrong, actually. Let me ask Zura if he has any ideas. If it's accurate or not. All right. What did you send me? Anyways, base chaos. I mean, I'm just not seeing it. I mean, live. Anyways, the good news is they're going to be attacking more than, well, not more than 4 a second, actually. Less than 4 a second. More than 1.7 a second. So maybe like 2 per second. With my current setup, maybe. I would really like to give them more attack speed, but I just can't. Like, none of these guys have attack speed, right? Yeah, they don't. I have lightning res, but not attack speed. Attack speed would have been so nice. Oh, wait. There is a source of attack speed I can easily give them, actually. But I would have to replace Joes again, and I kind of don't want to replace more rare Joes because for the TLDRs, I would have to go Quickening Covenants, and that would be a big, that would actually be a pretty decent add. Quickening Covenants, 16% attack speed is 60% attack speed. It's going to be a lot of attacks extra. That being said, is it worth dropping Minion Leech? Probably not. Probably not. Very unlikely that it makes it worse. That it makes it worth dropping leech. Not to mention I have other defensive stats riding on that, so again, probably not worth it. So I said I was going to craft this guy, so let's craft it actually before we end stream. Where are all the bound? Do we need bound fossils? No, we need corroded, jagged, shuddering, and corroded, jagged, shuddering, and metallic. Yeah, we don't need I think I just go for 4 socket resonators here. I'll do this 12 at a time, I guess, would be the plan.
I'll put the word out. I'll put the word out.
Then
All in
12,
order.
bruh.
I'll let you know. All in order. I'll let you know.
That's shuddering, not for the jaggeds.
We'll make it happen.
Brother, am I a joke to you? 4, literally.
I should raise my fees.
Metallic.
I'll put the word out.
And so this is shuddering, jagged, metallic, corroded. Surely this one actually is going to not give me any random change, right?
We'll make it happen.
Jagged, metallic, shuddering, corroded. Then we're going to create a POE.re regex. And we're going to say items, convoking. We're going for if all mods are found, +1 all, +1 minion. Copy. Pastes. 1. Come on. Lucky number 12. Bruh. Broski, that's not how we do things here, okay?
I'll put the word out.
Why is this a Ruin of Exarch map, man?
All in order.
What'd you say?
I'll let you know. We'll make it.
I didn't realize this map had Ruins of Exarch.
07.
I guess.
Let's buy 24 of the cheaper ones, shall we? So that's metallic jaggeds.
I should raise my fears.
Corroded. Come on. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I need to pee. Then we'll try again. BRB. All right, I am back. So where were we? We're about to go again. Swear, that's what we're about to do. We've currently done 12, which means we are on drop rates. We just hit the average. So long as we get one in the next 12, then we are not yet unlucky. Bro, what is happening? Metallic and shudderings have been used. Now it's time for some jaggeds. And then corroded.
Yeah, like that's big.
What'd you say?
Not them.
Bro. Not 1+2? Stop it. Stop it. Okay. That's 24 and nothing. Well, let's cross check. because something's wrong somewhere. Pretty sure of the things I'm using, but let's just, you know, let's make sure it's not, it's just RNG being RNG. Metallic, jagged, shuddering, corroded. That's 24. We haven't seen it once. We haven't even gotten the situation where we have to annul and pray and all that good stuff. Like, no, just 24 dead. Yeah, corroded, jagged, metallic, shuddering. 1 in 12.
What are we shipping today?
Clearly, these guys didn't get the memo.
I should raise my fees.
This guy has to be baiting me. This guy has to be baiting me, and that's okay. I just need to recognize that.
What is happening?
All in order.
Bro said,
Let you know.
I don't know, the last time I played PoE 2, I felt slow as fuck on a dead eye. I'm like, dude, I don't think anyone has ever said that before.
Lol. What would he say if he played any other class? Literally a single other one. All right, let's just buy. I think we still have some metallics, but all right, we'll start off with metallics. Oh, and by the way, let's actually drop these.
Has to be bait.
Okay. Tired of having to buy everything, so we'll put this to the side. Shudderings.
I should raise my fees.
Spade.
2417. Sure.
All in order. I'll let you know.
11 for 10. Sure. So, let me actually pull up the webpage just so we are 100% sure. Metallic, shuddering, jagged, and where's corroded? We didn't buy corroded? All right, where's corroded? Mr. Corroded, did we skip you? I think we did actually. 20.
This guy is cooked. Said expedition feels good in PoE 2 though. Bro, what game are you playing? Deadeye is slow, expedition is good? What game are you playing?
So corroded, jagged, shuddering, metallic. Cool. Stouty jaggeds.
This is bait, right? It's actually like, yes, right? Like
I mean, I don't think he has a reason to rage bait you. I think he's giving his honest opinions. Now, whether those opinions are relatable or not, you know, that's a different conversation.
He's like saying opposite things. She's like saying like it's like he Googled ChatGPT, hey, what do you say to a PoE player to piss them off? You know what I mean?
Lol.
The game is just way too slow. My Deadeye felt so slow and clunky. I'm blocking you. I'm blocking you. You won. You won the rage bait.
Come on, my guy. How have I not seen +2 even once? Dude. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on here? Are you cursed? That's 36. We haven't seen a +1. We haven't seen a +2 even once. We haven't seen a +2 to get thrown on the no. We haven't seen it. Okay. Okay. We need more shudderings. We have enough metallics. We need more shudderings. So we have metallics. We have enough jaggeds. We need shudderings and we need corrodeds. Those two are needed.
All in order. I'll let you know.
I was so confused. I'm like, yo, where did my shudderings go? Corrodeds.
We'll make it happen.
Think. Can I get a divine altar soon? Really cool. Hey, Caleb, bro.
RNG is gimping me so hard and it's not even funny. It's a 1 in 12. I have not seen the result once in 36. And these are expensive. These are expensive purchases. Like if I was going 3 socket rezos, sure, I'd be like, okay, I'm trolling because item level, yada yada yada. But these are freaking 4 sockets, my guy. There's no reason why you shouldn't have hit at least once. There's actually no reason. All right. Okay, let's close this instance. Let's log back in. Something is wrong with Ether. You know, let's do something. Cause like, what the fuck? All right, let's go get our rejects again. No shot, right? Finally! Jesus!
XTT.
Oh my lord! Now they are no troll us, right? That's how this goes. Okay. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. Good sir, please. I tried to sleep. So am I. My RNG is just being shite. I will settle. After 36 tries and I am not good. This is finally did shift. Surely I could have logged onto the chieftain and hit this much sooner, right? That's how that works. How many divs do I have? I have 70D. Prefixes cannot be changed. Can you imagine if I do the wrong one here? I'm going to scour this and then I'm going to prefixes can be changed. Add remove crit chance. Actually no, attack speed is the more stable. Crit chance, try again. Attack speed, that is what I'm going to try to go for. Realistically I should be doing it on a higher increased damage base, but fuck doing this again. Fuck that shit. We're not. Nope, can't make me. Can't fucking make me. So reforge crits is blue, and then caster is blue. So we need a bunch of blue, is what that means. Divines for blue juice. 5 divines. Sure.
Well, make it happen.
Then we need white juice. We need like 4 of them.
All in order.
Surely we don't actually need 4, right? So now we scour. It has prefixes can be changed. I scour. All right. Now prefixes cannot be changed. Add remove crits. Do I go crit first? Which one has the lowest weights? Let's see. This all have to. This is 12k, 12k. So if I go crits, 6k, 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 that's 18k. That is not a hit, and then 24k that it is a hit. So more than 50%. It's more than a 50-50 chance of hitting something usable. And then caster is round about 6k, slightly under 6k, so like 11,750. It's closer to 50-50. So I think we start off with the rarer one. So that's going to be caster. We don't talk about that. Okay. Now it's a 50-50. All right. Surely this isn't going to be one of those times I say the words, how many times can I feel it 50-50, right? Surely.
Let's just gain 300 as extra element and 150 as extra fire. I was wondering why Omni looked at me and I usually just died. This dude jumped on me like he always has. I literally exploded. And I was like, wait, what was that? Was weird. I guess he crit? No, he didn't crit you, bro. He actually low rolled.
07. Add a new crit mod and remove another random mod from you. This is, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Please. Oh god, I can't do that. Okay. I forgot. Don't judge me. All right. In that case, remove crafted mods and trigger. All right. We set 2 divines at the end, but we have something. Should I have gone crit? Nah, it's fine. I know the attack speed I can get. I'm the one that's complaining about attack cast speed all the time. I think this is fine. Now for the last step, please remove the grayscale. I need to see and make sure I am not strolling. My guy? Buddy. Oh, buddy, oh, pal. Can you actually remember that I have, you know, blanchins, please? And thank you. Chromatics. All right, what is going on here? I never sailed to Oriath. Interesting. I guess I forgot to do that. It's kind of important. Kind of not. Who needs Oriath anyways?
Well, now that the bride by the high. Good tidings to you.
Bye-bye, Oriath. Surely now it work. What? Before. Now we're at our stash. And surely this works. Chromatics. Can this craft ever end? Please? Please? I beg you?
I think we'll continue until morale improves.
I should raise my fears.
It'll be a cold day in hell before the craft ends.
I could leave this, I guess, because offering can always go here and then 2 whites. I could. I'm probably gonna leave it. Fuck it. All right. We have our aggressive wand. Fucking hell, man. That's unlucky streak. How many did we go before we actually hit it? Like, cause I stopped counting because counting was depressing. I went 3 sets, no hits. So I think I went 47. I hit on the 47th. This is a 1 in 12 on average. I went 47 before I hit it. Now you can only imagine what would have happened if I actually tried to fracture this myself. But I'm smarter than that. We don't do that anymore. This league, we are cursed on the fractures. We don't do fractures onto next league. All right, that is. I think we can all agree on that. We are cursed on fractures, so we just don't do it. That being said, we do not have the levels for this, so we have to level up twice before we can actually even use it. We lose quite a bit of increased damage for it, but I mean, if we ever need to try to get that increased damage again, we can just try again. But I don't see any universe where I decide of my own volition and free will to do that again. But you never know, I guess. Blessed Orb. Give me that 30%. Cool. Cool. What else do I need here? Probably harvest, enchant. And if I had to pick, I would go for area of effect per quality. Why? Because that would affect curse, that would affect banner, that would affect mostly banner. I don't care enough. Or do I? That would be 5% increase AoE. Nah, I don't care. I really don't care enough. All right, G fucking G. We call this a day. All right. I am so happy we're done with the crafts. We spent what I can only imagine is like, aside from the base, Katarina dies in 2 seconds with 6 of them. Should we actually try bossing? My build is not ready for anything remotely close to bossing. Like we really aren't, right? But I will try, just for shits and giggles, because why not? Are we capped on res at least? Please tell me we're capped on res. We don't have fire, we don't have cold. Close enough. Oh wait, we can get purity of elements, can't we? Gems. No, we can't. Purity of elements would replace what? I can't even use offering this way. All right, we do it this way. We melee splash. You want me to use melee splash? I already have level 9 support chest. What else do you want from me? It's a level 16 Spectre gem. They are probably gonna die.
Maven, the challenge begins. I cannot. Your champion will fall.
Ow.
Replica. Astral Avalanche.
They are all okay.
Solar Storm.
They're all dead. I need to work on their survivability. In game, they don't have the survivability to survive anything, yo. I haven't actually put any defensive layers in game for them, at least.
Simulacrum.
Do I want to see a fight?
Starflare.
Shh. Do you have a link?
Astral Avalanche.
Oh god. Yeah, I think this fight is bricked. You can take me? Sure. Why not?
Solar Storm.
My arena is kind of bugged. Yeah. It's bugged in that I can't see where the red and where the blue is. Ooh, 3 levels? Don't mind if I do. I do need to cap my rest, so we're just going to yoink and do this. Oh, you're in the next phase? Okay, I see. Oh. This is done. You want to do the next one. Okay. Let me know when to go in.
Can't be. This, it's the Forbidden Vault.
You found me at last. Very resourceful. I too am resourceful. Witness. Give in, Joe.
No. Why?
More.
My family, please, no.
There's nothing that makes you feel so alive as death, is there? Now come to me, Joe.
Wait, so you're using rallying cry? How are you using rallying cry? Eternal apple? Ow. Ooh, okay. Ow. Drop a portal. Thank you.
Hundreds of dead, rotting
Am I capped on
souls in the
res?
earth. What a meaningless waste. But your soul, yours will
Damn.
serve. Your hopeless cause will destroy you.
My cause fuels me.
Don't do this, Exile.
Sheesh.
Join us. It's your chance to bring back anyone.
I'm assuming you're also doing the same. Good luck. What is propagation? Oh, that's the one that Tarkin was talking about. Do I want to take this? I mean, why not? It's not like I'll use it, but why not have it? Four out of 5. What do you mean 4 out of 5? I assume you're automating your war cries, right? So are you using Eternal Apple? What least? Oh shit, you've gotten 4 Veiled Exalted out of 5? Yo. Now that's what we call printing. GG. All right, that is gonna be it for today, because I'm not ready to do the actual nitty-gritty of what I need to do. But that being said, we need to level up to like level 80. We need to, what are things we need to do? We need to level up. We need to actually craft boots with +2 specters, but we can actually just use the intermediary boots for now. We need to cap our res. Our res is not capped. We need rings. The biggest problem right now is we got no rings. You know, those, we need to have minion survivability rings, and we need to have other sources of minion survivability. So that is going to be stuff we get with levels. We already have our jewel. We just need to actually put points in to get 80% increased minion life twice, because we have 2 nodes in there that's going to be 80% minion life. And then what else? That is going to be the first step. Then of course our cluster jewels as well will be giga regen for them, so that would also help. And it's going to be a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's going to be a lot of defenses, survivability for them. That's what I'm trying to remember. What else? And then we need to get our extra aura set up. Basically, we have a lot to do. Is the TLDR of it. We have so much. We aren't even close to like our actual end game setup. And not to mention, I really dislike the level 84 bar they set. I really don't like that, but I've complained about it enough today. No need to complain about it anymore. But yeah, I'm going to level off stream to actually get to that point. How I'm going to level, I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably just buy random pair of boots, buy rings, actually have minion survivability, and then go from there. That will probably be what I end up doing. But anyways, thank you for stopping by. What is this? PoEDB. Oh, you're set up. Sure, we can look at it before we end. Is there an export to POB button, or do I have to literally copy it or something? They don't have an export to POB. Why would they not? Anyways, question, do you have a link to the build in POB.in. Thank you very much. Oh, you went double ones. That's interesting. So you skipped out on the extra Spectre, so that's why you have 6. But you also went to 2 supports. Okay, banner. You have 5 valor, and then you have the increased. Oh, recover life per valor consumed to place a banner. Interesting. You're level 91. I assume you haven't put these in yet. You haven't put these in quite yet, but you do have renewal and you do have feasting fiends. Oh shit, feasting fiends. I could have used this. That being said, do I want a triple cluster? It will save me points. It will save me points from going crits. Then you have this. You didn't go for endurance charge stacking. Interesting. Then why do you have these points but not this? Cluster is 15 chaos. Yeah, no, 100%. Oh, you're going to get this now. You have mana. You went for the one with mana reservation, minion damage, and minion life. This is actually the very first one I put in my POB, I think. It's actually very chill. Then what did you get here? Increased effect of auras on you. Are you using Darkness Enthroned? Yep, Darkness Enthroned with double. You have attack speed there, and you have flat cold. You probably want to go flat phase instead of flat code because they benefit from the Spectre conversion. So it's just 4x the amount of phase you would typically get. But this is pretty good. 10 strength needed for rational. Oh shit. True, you do have all the tattoos in. Giga Warcry CDR. Oh. Oh, that's kind of nice. Wait, when did you put together this build? Was it today? Or was it like since we started tweaking with the POB yesterday or something? Because that was quick. Like today. You made more progress than I did. After I went to sleep. Oh, okay. So, okay, that's true. Your today started in my yesterday. That was last stream, but it's technically okay. I get it. Very, very good. How you liking it? How does how you handling wave clear? You're going melee splash, I assume. Hour 23. You swap to melee splash. Okay, that makes sense. I'm trying my best to avoid melee splash, but it might end up being a melee splash angle. Realistically, because they do so much damage that you splash it, everything dies. Realistically. GG. I like it. I like it a lot. Are you going to eventually pick up endurance charges or... For one player, Katarina, I mean, they have so much damage, right? I'm very happy to see at least that the damage is there. 100%, the damage is there. So that makes me very, very happy about the setup. And now it's just a case of scaling it. And then once we figure out, I mean, once we know that the damage is here, we can now actually just focus on like quality of life, I guess, or all the other things. But GG, I like it. Congrats. I need to get my character up to yours is what that means. I play catch up on my own idea. Anyways, holy. All right. right, time for me to get off. Thankfully, we've done the bulk of the expensive purchases on this setup. Realistically, we still have quite a bit to do. We have the wand at least. I can't complain. You know, the wand is done. The shield, we have it already. The mage blood, we have it already. What else do we need really? We have most of our jewels. What else is there? Dark Monarch. We have multiple Dark Monarchs. You know, so like the bulk of what we need for the setup, we already have. Now all we need is levels. That's what we need, levels. And we're going to get some off stream, and then by Monday when I'm going to be live next, I will ideally have a lot to show you guys. Actually, I probably wouldn't be done fully swapping if I'm being very honest. There's a reason I haven't taken off my main blood off my main. It's because I kind of still want to farm with him. I'm still very much enjoying the Syndicate Operative setup. So I'm still slowly farming with him, even though it's not as much as it would typically would if I was still just non-stop playing with that. But anyways, I think I'm rambling at this point. I'm gonna see you guys on Monday. Till then, have a good night. Good night, Yako. I look forward to seeing what you make of the setup. And if you need a POB, let me know. I can always send that too.